Architecture and Interior Design. This prestigious platform honors visionary professionals who have transformed the built environment through outstanding design, sustainable thinking, and unwavering commitment to shaping better spaces for the society. We are truly delighted to welcome our esteemed gathering of architects, interior designers, academicians, industry leaders, entrepreneurs, and design enthusiasts. Your presence adds immense value to this occasion and reflects our shared commitment to advancing the standards of architecture and design in India. It gives us immense pride to share today's conference, which has brought together awardees and participants from more than 24 states across the country, including Jammu and Kashmir, all the southern states, Punjab, Gujarat, Maharashtra, Rajasthan, West Bengal, Meghalaya, New Delhi, NCR, and many more. So that's 24 in all. So ladies and gentlemen, this remarkable representation truly reflects the diversity, creativity, and the extraordinary talent of our nation's design fraternity. It is now my honor to acknowledge our distinguished dignitaries and speakers who have graciously joined us this morning. I'd like to start with a round of, let's keep applauding for all of them. First up, architect Krishnarao Jaisim sir, with a round of applause, the founder Fountainhead, Bengaluru. Thank you, sir, for joining us here this morning. Padma Shri Shri G. Shankar, Chairman of Habitat Technology Group. Thank you, sir, for joining us. Let's keep the applause coming in, everyone. Dr. Ponni M. Kunsasao, founder and principal architect, Ponni and Oscar Rahul Architects, Chennai. We have with us Dr. Oscar G. Kunsasao, founder and principal architect, Ponni and Oscar Rahul Architects, Chennai. Professor Dr. Ajay Chandran C.K., Professor School of Architecture, Christ University, Bangalore. Architect Shailja Ashwati, founder, Sublime Spaces and Places. Architect Mohammad Amin Nair, CEO, Anna Design Studios Private Limited. And Professor Mahesh Bangad, Associate Professor, BNCA, Pune. A big hand, everybody, to all our dignitaries and speakers. Now we are equally proud that this conference has been conceptualized and organized by Begin Up Ventures India, a leading organization in the field of research, analytics, technology, public relations, and education. Begin Up Ventures has developed innovative national platforms such as ExitRank.com, a technology-driven evaluation and employability platform for higher education institutions, along with pioneering initiatives including the Interior Design Practitioners Brand Equity Rating and the India School Education Standards Adaptability Rating and Ranking Framework. Now, these initiatives have played a significant role in creating credible benchmarks for educational institutions and professional excellence across India. It's also my privilege to introduce to you all Dr. Anand Gopal Nayak, the Managing Director of Begin Up Ventures India, a distinguished serial entrepreneur, author, researcher, motivational speaker. Dr. Nayak is the author of acclaimed books, 18 But Not Teen, and Startup Ladder, a self-help business guide. His entrepreneurial journey has been recognized with prestigious Young Entrepreneur Award presented by Sri Ratan Tata and Sri N.R. Narayan Murthy. Now, through his work, he has inspired and mentored more than 25,000 students, entrepreneurs, and professionals across the country. Today's awards, they're just much more than trophies and recognitions. They celebrate passion, perseverance, innovation, and the relentless pursuit of excellence. Every awardee who's present here today has made a meaningful contribution towards creating spaces that inspire communities, preserve the environment, and improve the quality of life. As we begin this memorable conference, let's celebrate innovation, exchange ideas, build meaningful collaborations, and draw inspiration from a remarkable achievement of our fellow professionals. Together, let's continue to shape a future where architects and design becomes a powerful instrument for sustainable development and human well-being. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome each and every one of you to the Architecture and Interior Design Excellence Awards and Conference 2026 Global Edition, Bengaluru. May this conference inspire new ideas, foster meaningful connections, and celebrate the exceptional talent that defines India's architectural and interior design fraternity. I would now like to request our esteemed chief guest, guest of honor, distinguished speakers, all of you to please join us on stage for the ceremonial lighting of lamp. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are marking the formal inauguration of today's exceptional conference. Ladies and gentlemen, a big hand as we get this morning started. Ladies and gentlemen, all our dignitaries and speakers for today, give them a big hand, everybody. We're going to be hearing from a few of them just in some time. Thank you very much, everyone. Thanks a lot. Please be seated. All right, with that, we are all set to bring in our first speaker on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us architect Mahesh Bangar, the founder of Studio 7 Incorporated, Senior Associate ADS. Now, with an industry experience of over 17 years and a professional career of over 15 years, Professor Mahesh is an associate professor and the former head of department for Bachelor of Architecture at BNCA Pune. He's enrolled as a research scholar at SPPU and has a master's in environmental architecture from SPPU Pune and a post-graduation in project management from Manchester, UK. He is the current chairman of the Architects, Engineers and Surveyors Association, executive committee member of the Indian Institute of Architects, Pune Center. He's also an executive committee member of INTAC Pune and an associate life member of IIA. He's an associate life member of the Indian Institute of Interior Designers and an affiliate member of ISRE and an associate member of IGBE. Professor Mahesh, he has won the IIA Young Architect of the Year 2025. He has won several national awards for teaching, including the A3F Best Teacher Award, Best Educationalist in Pune Award, Young Achiever Award by ACE-Tech, Outstanding Contribution to Academia and Profession Award by Society Interiors and Design Magazine, and Global Teaching Award by the Chronicle Journal UK. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for architect Mahesh Bangad. Please put your hands together. Let's welcome him. Over to you, sir.
Hi, good morning, everyone. That's me. We're here at the awards at Bengaluru. And something that I'm going to do differently, I'm presenting this for the first time actually. This is about why we are here, all of us here are, role of architecture in the era of the Gen Z. Designing for and with the generation that is rewriting the brief actually. And I'm sure you all will agree to all of this. But before we start, let me ask you, how many of you are born after 1990 here? Can we have a show of hands? 70% of the crowd, excellent. So I have the right audience here. There are boomers, then there are millennials, then there is Gen Z, there is Gen Alpha, there is already Gen Beta. And 20 years from now, our clients are going to be the Gen Alpha and Gen Beta asking us to design for themselves. And they are not going to sit at home and request a drawing from the office. What has transformed in the last 6 years especially, ever since the pandemic came, people realized that what we were designing for was no more the norm of the day. What I've done is I've tried to set up a context for all of you to understand. The generation is already here who's your client, the Gen Z. Gen Z is also working with you. And they have arrived. They've started dictating terms. And most importantly, 1/3 of the world's global population workforce is going to be the Gen Z by 2030, which is a big number. And this is taken from the official report. So they are already here, and soon they are going to be your successors. And we are a generation that we are designing for, with, and us as the people who were born from the most digitally native generation, who were born from the 1997 to 2012. People say they were born with gadgets itself. And they are 10,000 times more direct. If I was to approach a client in my younger age as a student and ask for a job, I would be so skeptical about saying things. I would be so reserved. I would be so worried. I shouldn't really piss off my client. I'll not get the money. I'll not get the work itself. But the Gen Z designers are also forthright, and so are the clients. They don't stop at anything. They tell you everything on your face. They tell you what they like, what they don't like. And what has happened is purpose over prestige has taken over. And you will agree to me. I do a lot of campus hiring also, but I go to a lot of colleges and talk to students. And they say, we want to do what we like to do rather than what we are being paid for, which is the difference right now. People want to get home at 6 o'clock, and if you leave them early, they're okay to go early also. But nobody wants to wait after 6 o'clock at an office. They will tell you that this is the salary, itne paise mein itna hi milega. That is the attitude that has transformed largely in the offices. I'm sure you agree for the people you are hiring also as juniors, as young interns. They are very sure about what they want. And we're just this morning discussing architect Amin and myself, that uh, I was reading a report the other day. 20 years ago, if you had to secure a client, you also had to sit with him or her for a casual dinner or a drink, and you could discuss over a drink and sort of convince people to get you work. This generation doesn't even want to drink. 30% sales of the drinks have gone down, and which is very interesting because they don't base their decisions on these casual meetings. They would sit with you in a cafe for 6 hours and discuss design with you. So what I've done is I've divided this presentation in 5 parts, each about 2 minutes each. The questions Gen Z is already asking all of us. 5 things every client, every colleague, every juror is silently thinking about. Why juror, I'll tell you later. But does this space actually reflect me? Since 2020, I think everybody's asking, are the material finishes, personal expressions getting reflected in the space? Everybody wants a space to talk about their personality rather than just a Pinteresty image that otherwise the clients used to show before 2019. And the second question that they ask, what is this costing the planet? Which is I think the best thing that has happened in the modern times. The Gen Z is asking the right question. How much am I affecting the planet? The recycle, reuse, reduce. Is this sustainable? Is the AC 5-star rating? Is this, what is the embodied energy that I'm putting in? I was asked by this by a person who wanted his office building in Nagpur to be done an energy audit. He said, I want to give back to the planet. I don't want to take away anything. We want to give back to the grid. And I was amazed with his vocabulary. I was like, wow, you know all of this. He said, yeah, it's no more a preference. It's a necessity that we start respecting the planet. The third question the Gen Z is asking is, can this space change as I change? I think all of you would agree, post-COVID, everybody wants their living room to become their office to become their dance floor soon. All of these, sorry, I have to go back. And you also host the parties also in the same room. So you need your adaptable spaces, which is the norm of the day, and that has made job of the interior designers so very difficult. The fourth question they ask is, will this place look after my mind? Mindful, healthy spaces, healthy thinking spaces. They treat emotional well-being as the top priority over everything. We had an email received from a student, I'm taking a 2-day break going home. So we asked her why. She said, for my mental well-being. And we were shocked because she said, I'm just too stressed, sir. I don't want to work. I want to go home. I'll come back rejuvenated on Monday and I'll join the studio. I was like, wonderful. So they know that it's not a deliverable anymore or a luxury. It's a compulsory item on the list. Why do I need an architect when AI can draw this in seconds? And I think a lot of Gen Z is asking this. Well, the role of architect and also interior designer is changing differently, and it is becoming more recognizable when you tell them that it's great, design will come, but who will execute it? Who is going to tell the mason, the carpenter what to do and what not to do? And that's where we step in. So we are important. The section 2 talks about what are the ideas of the future of architecture. Where is the profession heading and what are we supposed to be doing for it? And do we really lead it? Do we really push to lead the architecture profession or let the client lead it? So AI is more of a creative collaborator rather than a replacement. So I see a lot of social media posts made entirely out of AI, which is fine because social media is not supposed to display all your technical drawings anyway. So it's okay. You should know where to use it as a collaborator and accelerate thinking. What you could take 2 days before can be done in a minute. I was talking to the sales head at Vox Ceiling. He was telling me that we do a design competition every year of unbuilt ideas, and we receive entries entirely made out of AI using all our products itself. They are so flawless that we almost think this is executed and this is executable, which is fine, I think, if they are using that AI for getting things executed. The second point here is adaptive reuse over demolition. I'm sure you agree, those of you are from Bangalore, from Maharashtra also, from Kerala. Repurposing bungalows into cafes is the next big thing. Everybody's converting bungalows to restaurants, cafes, art cafes, and co-working spaces. This generation does not believe in demolishing, flattening the land, and then rebuilding again. They think it's a lot of time wasted and a lot of money extra invested. So that is also fine, I think, working well. Well-being as a measurable design metric. I think this never existed because our forefathers in our traditional architecture, we assumed that we were building sustainable. We were naturally doing a more contextual architecture than anything. But now they ask you, how cooler will be inside? How can you cut off the sound? How much heat will be emitted? There's so much that comes with the Gen Z lingo now. So mental health becomes important. One room, many lives, I told you about this already. Modular, configurable spaces. I've seen a very interesting presentation recently at IDAC, one of these other forums. They were talking about how stackable auditoriums are being made now, so they can be converted into marriage halls later, and then party rooms later, and then yoga rooms later. So they are creating modular furniture for these spaces. Whole life carbon becomes the norm. I think everybody's talking about what impact they are making in terms of the future will belong, where you will decide whether your building is making what sort of a carbon impact on the planet. What Gen Z expects from you as designers, and employers also, and as future colleagues also. One, I think a seat at the table. They expect you to, sorry, I'll just go back. There is radical transparency. They don't want you to tell them, dekh lenge, karenge, next year ho jayega. They want forthrightness and honesty about opinions and decisions. If you tell them 6 months later, I'm not going to increase your salary, they'll leave it today itself. They need to know. They don't need to know it on in the 7th month that now you can't increase their salary, which is the thing. Authenticity over trend chasing. I think this has again come back. This was always there. Most of the senior practitioners sitting here, they would know. People would only look at authenticity in terms of material and ideas rather than following a certain trend. They became trends later on, but of course, now they also want to go back to authenticity rather than following some mood board trend, and you show them some pretty pictures and they say, okay, this looks good. A seat at the table always. I think the Gen Z client wants to sit with you and design rather than sit at home and call you and ask for a drawing or make a WhatsApp group and start sharing images on it. Now they want to sit with you, design with you, and talk to you and tell you that, boss, I like this, I do not like this, and I want it this way. This has to change this way. Fluency in their tools. Gen Z wants the offices to adapt, which is also very interesting because they have everything at the click of their button, and you go on Claude, you go on Perplexity or any of these ChatGPTs, and you write an app code and you get an entire app on your fingertips. Why do you really want things to be age-old again and trying to download a DWG file viewer on your phone anymore? So they want you to adapt as offices the newer tools, and there are some wonderful tools. I'm currently doing I'm attending a workshop of 28 days of using AI for architects and teachers, which is very interesting. 28 days, 28 tools, wonderful experience. Growth and purpose, not just a paycheck, which is about the employers that you're going to employ, the interns. They are looking for a purpose. We were talking this morning about younger generation wants to join offices where they know their trajectory of growth. They know where they're going to go. They know whether I'm going to be a junior architect, junior designer, senior architect, senior designer, soon an associate, and then when will I become a director, and maybe 20 years down the line, partner, and take over the company also. Here I was telling Amin sir about the example of, you don't know the generation, you don't know who's leading Raj Rewal's office for that matter right now, because there's no second in command that ever anybody knew, or Charles Correa's office for that matter. But if you look at the younger practices, they've already started handing over their practice to the younger designers. They've already started putting them in the front. I would applaud Hafiz Contractors Office on that, because Karl Wadia came forward and has started taking over the practice as a director at the company, or for that matter, Nilab Nagar Atelier. So yeah, these are the things. So now last 2 minutes about the do's and the don'ts. This is just, this is not advocacy, don't worry, but this is just what I personally feel, what habits we should all build. One, design with them rather than for them or just for them. Co-creation will bring more resilience. Second, make sustainability visible and provable. Don't say the green facade or the just putting up some plants makes the building green. It is not the case. You have to tell them how is it visible, what money is being saved, what amount of light is coming in, what amount of electricity bill are we saving, etc., energy performances. Build in flexibility from day one. Tell them that these are adaptable spaces. There's no rigidity in the plan. You tell us how you want this design to evolve, and they'll be happy telling you how they want the design to evolve. Learn the tools this generation grew up with. Be on Snapchat with them. It's okay. Be available on video calls with your clients, because they are on this Changi airport and trying to show you something. I want something like this at my house. People do that, and we have to start growing up with that. I've told you already about well-being. The don'ts, this is the last part, things worth leaving behind. When I say, one, mistake a trend for a value. Just because somebody is doing it on social media and he or she has 1 million followers doesn't mean it is a trend and it has to compromise on your design values. I think you all should have your own value systems. Stick to them. Most of the famous designers and architects have always stuck to their 10, 11 principles of design, and their entire practices, including the stalwart sitting here in the front row right now, their entire practices has evolved on their what they have firmly always believed in. I'm sure Shankar will tell you more about it. Greenwash the brief. Do not greenwash the brief. बहुत अच्छा है, sustainable है. So that leaves me 1 minute last. Don't greenwash the brief. Don't tell them that this is going to save them something. For a short-term profit, don't do a long-term loss, neither for you nor for your client. Clients always give you more work. My first site came from the same client, of course, and the 10th also came from the same client because they remembered that I could do it. So please do not unnecessarily put them into a fix where they don't want to come back to you. Sorry. Lecture without listening. The Gen Z wants you to listen to them rather than you starting to talk about your experience. मेरे बाप दादाओं के ज़माने से पिछले 20 साल से यही practice कर रहे हैं, यही चल रहा है madam. It is not like that. It doesn't work that way. You listen to them first. You will be able to push your own horses also. Fear the tools of the next generation. Do not shy away from using a Claude or a ChatGPT or a D5 or a Twinmotion. Tell them that you already know it or you are already learning it. They'll be more than happy to even tell you how to use it. Because offices that they don't use these tools, the Gen Z starts thinking these are slower offices, they don't really mean business. Lastly, confuse minimalism with lack of personality. Don't try and delete the decoration now. You must be seeing on social media so many trends. Where is the decoration gone? Where are the colors of the country gone? People have started looking at minimalism as if it's the only thing in the world. It is not. You have to have creative approaches, designer lights, designer facades, and so many things. So yeah, stuck. Yeah. So in closing, the Gen Z architect needs you to listen as much as you design, who builds for change, not just for permanence, who treats sustainability and well-being as baseline and not a trend to outgrow. Congratulations to everyone who's going to get an award here today. Thank you very much. Thank you. That's my QR code and that's me. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up. Everybody, please put your hands together for architect Mahesh Bangar, the founder of Studio 7 Incorporated. Thank you. We now move to a very interesting session. Our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, is Dr. Ponni M. Kunsasau, the principal architect, founder of Ponni, Oscar and Rahul Architects, Chennai. Now, Dr. Ponni, she's the first woman architect in Asia to design a state secretariat in India. She has worked on the Prime Minister's Housing for All project and the prestigious Gaganyaan Space Center for ISRO at Sriharikota. Dr. Ponni can be best described as an award-winning nation builder who returned from US and dedicated 30 years of her life in India towards building prestigious government and private projects pan-India and abroad. She has won more than 234 international, national, state awards for architecture, interior designs, and has been widely published in design magazines and newspapers. Dr. Ponni, she's worked with internationally renowned architectural firms Edward Larrabee Barnes in New York City on several skyscrapers, university campuses, and stadiums. And she was conferred the honorary doctorate in modern architecture in 2008 in Malaysia and University of Milano for modern architecture and architectural science 2014. She received the Global Jubilee Distinguished Alumnus Award from NIT Tiruchirappalli from His Excellency, the President of India, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam in 2014. Dr. Ponni is a committed humanitarian. Her social impact includes raising funds for leprosy-affected individuals, empowering underprivileged women through education, and contributing to disaster relief housing. And she was inducted as a Honorary Hall of Fame at the Gibbs College of Architecture, University of Oklahoma, USA. Well, Dr. Ponni, who shattered the glass ceiling in India, trailblazer for women in architecture, in sustainable architecture, public building, cultural conservationalist, is a nation-building architect. Everyone, let's all put our hands together. Well, she's right here. Over to you, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. It's been a wonderful, wonderful pleasure to stand in front of you. A great privilege indeed. On the outset, I'd like to thank Dr. Naik for giving me this great opportunity. So today, I'm going to talk about the latest of my projects. This is the Coimbatore Library, the Tamil Nadu State Library and Science Center in Coimbatore. This particular project is interesting because it's a huge departure from our normal style of, a bit of traditional architecture, neoclassical architecture. This is stark, brutalist, modern architecture. Now, this particular library is being devoted and dedicated to the biggest leader of the Dravidian movement, that is E.V. Ra Periyasamy. And this is also the largest library and space science center in India. In India, you don't have a combination of a library, a museum, and a science center. So this is one of the most interesting of combinations. And of course, this has advanced digital infrastructure. Now, this particular project was won by me through a competition, statewide competition. And I was very lucky to win it. I was selected by the former Chief Minister, Mr. Stalin. This is a 300 crore, 2 lakh square feet project built in a 6-acre site, completed in just 12 months, and has a lot of new facilities in it. The concept is nothing but an open book, an upstanding book. Book in my mind is a gateway to knowledge. If you look at the site per se, it has been surrounded by a lot of very important infrastructure, schools, hospitals, malls, the Coimbatore Corporation, and the bus stand. And it is, of course, abuts the E.V. Naidu freeway and the flyover. And this particular site faces the western side. Very strange, but there it is. You can see the sun path. So I'll discuss the design strategies with you a bit later. This is a basic plan. It's butterfly shaped. You can see the blue triangles. They actually form the buffer zones, and they're actually the service areas. The light yellow is all the actually usable spaces with an atrium and the planetarium in the end. And if you see the section, you just have a huge void in the center from the ground floor on, and then you have the bridge linking on right on top. Now, if you look at the design strategies, I created a long, narrow shape where they faced largely the north and south areas. The peripheral service roads create a climatic buffer that reduces heat gain. Very, very climatic oriented. And what I did here was I created a 45-degree angle to the whole building. And why 45 degrees? Because it channels the wind beautifully into the void and cools the two towers that you can see. Now, this was my form evolution. I started out with a cuboid that became butterfly shaped, and then I created the void with a massive staircase through which the crowd enters into the building. Now, this is the view from the south side, and you can see it's all glazed. And why glazed? Because it is quick and easy to build. Secondly, this is special solar glass from Saint-Gobain. This, of course, is a view from the rear and north side, the rear side view. And this is actually a play of surfaces. So when you actually enter into the building, you look at all these different surfaces at different angles. Very, very interesting indeed. And I will take you through a walking tour. So you enter into this building through this majestic monumental staircase. And as you go up to the first floor, from the ground floor, you walk straight up the first floor. And you can actually see a view of the entire, somebody's phone, Mahesh? Okay. You can actually see a view of that massive flyover, and then you turn in and walk into the building per se. This is a huge glass canopy, and as you enter in, you see this huge double-story atrium. And the way it's designed is that you can, every public building goes through some kind of renovation. So we have created these spaces extremely flexible. You can see the giant feature ceiling, the yin-yang ceiling, and as you turn upward, you come to the first floor, you enter the reception area. This is a massive reception area, and of course the backdrop is all, showcases all of Evera's ideas and philosophies. And let's say you were a chief minister of a state, you would then go to the ground floor and you alight the steps and reach the atrium on the ground floor level. So you have 2 bi-levels in which you can access the buildings. And let's say if you were a physically handicapped person, you would use the ramp. So most of the spaces inside the library is geared towards universal design. And let's say you enter to the ground floor. This is the giant atrium that I spoke of. You can see the very curvilinear granite design. You would turn left and watch this huge DNA model. And remember, every part of this library has a lot of very interesting interactive scientific exhibits. Then you would move into the space lift lobby. I'm sure all of you have heard of the Museum of the Future, and if you indeed went to the Museum of the Future in Dubai, you would see and experience something called the space lift. And that is exactly what we have done. We have taken the same technology and kept it in this library so that, and science center, so that children could experience a journey through space. So this is the space lift entrance, and this is the space lift actual area of entry, the portal entry. Now, when you leave the space lift lobby, you enter into auditorium. It's a tiny auditorium, just 350-seater, but this is something that the government wanted. And after that, you would move into the planetarium. The planetarium space is again double-storied. You have this huge cylindrical structure which has a 360-degree screen. And of course, this space is another space for a lot of exhibits, a lot of scientific exhibits. Gives a feel of space to the kids and students entering this space. There are about 90 interactive science and STEM-based installations integrated across multiple floors, and this is one of the floors. Again, a lot of exhibits here. And inside you would see, in planetarium, you would get this 360-degree screen in which you can lounge and see a lot of films on space. Now, you get back into the atrium space, and this is the only library anywhere in India where we put 2 escalators to help people move in and up and down freely. From the escalator, you move to the 2nd floor, and that's where you see this massive void. And why do we create this void? Is to give a lot of cross ventilation to the 2 vertical towers, and this actually becomes a huge frame for framing the city views. Also a public arena to create and have public events. Another view of the void space, and you can see the slit windows that are created to effect cross ventilation. Now, you move into the children's library, and of course, each reading hall has a huge glass wall on the right-hand side where you can sit down, lounge, and experience all of Coimbator's very beautiful views. This, of course, is the children's theatre. We used a lot of bright colors to make the environment feel a little more interesting. And of course, from there you move on to the reading areas. So the reading areas, again, you had all these tables and chairs arranged very tastefully, and of course, they all see the mountains that abound the Coimbatore city. This is again the English reading areas, and each of these spaces had interesting feature ceilings. The Tamil book section, the reference section, there's a whole gamut of sections. I'm not even going through it. But there is also an interesting museum area where there's a lot of ancient history of Tamil Nadu that's been showcased. And interestingly, the history of Tamil Nadu, the kind of civilization that we have had, they've done a carbon dating and found out it's as old as the Indus Valley civilization. Very, very interesting facts that have popped out. And then you have the STEM labs and the Science Center play exhibits. These are situated in different floors. And here again, these are the science exhibits where you can learn about the basic principles of science and how it has a huge impact in space technology today. This is a science play zone. Again, a lot of space related exhibits, a lot of robos. They've actually got a section of how robos are created, the history of robos, and how these robos are going to impact future generations of living spaces. And then on top you get to the linking bridge at the 8th floor. Remember, these are two towers. These two towers are linked by a sky bridge on the 8th floor. I wish we could have built more floors, but the government just had funds for these. So as you move in from one tower to the other tower, you would see these beautiful views at different levels. Now, the bridge links on to the digital library. The digital library is right on top, and it's in a very interesting space because it's got views on both sides. You have the garden on the left-hand side, and you would actually see from the garden this very, very interesting vista of Coimbatore city. I never knew Coimbatore was this pretty. To me, for Coimbatore was just an industrial city. I discovered a lot of very interesting facets about Coimbatore. So this is a building where you would enjoy a lot of vistas of the city, a lot of voids, interesting reading spaces, and of course they are working on it for being a green building. Now this building is just about getting finished. This is the current PWD minister, Mr. Adav Arjuna, who came and spent 3 hours in my building. Just found it so interesting. And just to give you an overview, this is a view at dusk and this is a view at night time. So this is it with the Coimbatore Library, the Tamil Nadu State Library and Science Center. I'll just move on to give you a quick portfolio of our award-winning works. Now, this is the Telangana State Library that was built in Hyderabad. This is, of course, a beautiful reflection of this library on the Hussain Sagar Lake, 1,200 crores, 12 lakh square feet, built in just about 26 months. Now, I was also very lucky to work with the Prime Minister's office, and this is the ISRO Gaganyaan Space Center, and this is the launch center for which a lot of satellites have begun to take off. The major launch center, the picture of Satish Dhawan, the guy who took all the efforts post-independence to build ISRO in Sriharikota. And this, of course, is the major, let me just head back. This is the major science center, major launch center, and this is the minor launch center. The concept of this was the Shiv Tandav, the Lord of the Cosmos. Now we move into another interesting project. This project itself is 3,000 crores. This is the NTR statue project. As you can see, the statue is as tall as the Vallabhbhai Patel statue. It sits on the Neerkonda hill. So there's a natural podium of 154 meters, and the beauty is it is surrounded by a lovely, water reservoir. Another interesting part of this is the statue springs out of a 6 lakh square feet museum center, which has got a lot of layered building types, and this overlooks the Amravati, Andhra Pradesh Secretariat. It's about 7 kilometers from there. Now, of course, we are all into a lot of heritage buildings. This is the Karunanidhi Kalaignar Museum, Library and Science Convention Center. And currently, I'm working on this 300 crore, 3 lakh square feet, 10,000 seater convention center done up strictly in Dravidian lines because that was the brief we got. This is for the DMK Trust. It's coming up as we speak. And we're also into malls. This is a mall that we created. It's a strip mall that we created, and that has a center courtyard which is nothing but a giant water body. It's a little known fact that architects generally don't, I'm sure the current architects do, But water bodies is something that Oscar and Ponni, Rahul Architects looks into. We also have a strong hospitality sector. This is the Sandy Waves Resort in Havelock Island in Andamans, because we have a huge pan-India, practice. We also have an international practice. So again, contextual architecture that we brought in for this particular resorts in the Andamans. This is the Meridian Hotel in Coimbatore, 16 acres, 253 keys, done in very, very contemporary style of architecture. We are also strongly into institutional buildings. You're looking at the GRT Institute of Technology. It is in Tirutani, done up in, neoclassical styles, 5 lakh square feet, 5 academic cores that are linked by those classically created aero bridges. We've done a lot of projects for Shastra University. By the way, I don't know how many of you know about Shastra University, but it's a wonderful, wonderful university that has been growing for over the past many years. This is the Jiva Chaitanya Biotech building, which has won a lot of awards. The academic core buildings, which is about 5 lakh square feet. So you see all the classrooms around, and the central element is a grand library. We're also into a lot of IT infrastructure. This is one of our largest projects, 30 lakh square feet. Each floor plate is about 3 lakh square feet, a LEED certified building. We're also into sports facilities. This is one of our first projects when we came into India. This is the Al Ittihad football stadium in Doha, Qatar, which was built for us by L&T. By the way, we work with all the largest contractors. My Telangana Secretariat was built by Shapurji and Palanji. L&T is working on our NTR statue, and of course they have done this beautiful stadium for us. We also are into affordable housing. We've worked on the Prime Minister's Awas Yojana project. This is a project on affordable housing, a 100-acre Sare township. We used to do a lot of houses. This is one of our marquee projects where houses were concerned. And this is in Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur, in a place called Jayapetaling that overlooks a vast forest reserve. The reason we were hired by this particular client is because we did a fusion of Malaysian and Tamilian Chettinad architecture. We're also very much into tall high-rise buildings. We were trained in New York for this, and the image on the last image that you see is a 27-story hospital building that is being built in Hyderabad as we speak. Thank you very much for being a very, very patient audience. Some of you have seen this video, but I'd request 1 minute of your time to see the saga of the Telangana State Secretariat. Video.
రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వం యొక్క గౌరవానికి అస్తిత్వానికి ఒక ప్రతీకగా ఉండే సెక్రటేరియట్ ప్రభుత్వంలో ఒక అద్భుతమైన ప్రొడక్టివ్ వర్క్ జరగాలంటే మొత్తం సెక్రటేరియట్ మంత్రుల ఛాంబర్లు శాసనసభ హెచ్ఓడీల సముదాయము ఒక అద్భుతమైన కళాభారతి వి లుక్ ఎట్ హైదరాబాద్ విత్ అవర్ ఓన్ విజన్.
I would say, 30 years ago, Oscar and I came back to India to practice in India, and it's been a wonderful, beautiful decision. And I would say this to Gen Z, you are in the best country in the world. We are a great country, and we should be very proud and happy to be Indians. Jai Hind.
Thank you, ma'am. That was a great finish. Thanks a lot. Our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, is Ms. Shailja Avasthi, founder and principal of Shailja Avasthi Sublime Spaces and Places. It's an acclaimed interior designer. She's an acclaimed interior designer, lifestyle product creator, and visual storyteller who creates spaces that speak about the people who live and work in them. She's nominated as one of top 10 designers in India by Business World in 2018, and she's one of a kind creative force to be reckoned with. She has designed original, delightful spaces that can be best described as a magical and in the intent on creating timeless stories on exclusive spaces at a time. Her attention to detail is unparalleled when it comes to the creation of stunning designs, interiors, and decor. Her design ethos is inspired by nature, science, art, mythology, and technology. She believes it's imperative to push boundaries and challenge established rules when it comes to all her work. Through mastery of her craft, Ms. Shailja births multifaceted spaces and lifestyle products and advises on every aspect of a project from concept to delivery. Her design approach is meticulous and informed by exploration of form, function, material, texture, and color. The process begins with a deep understanding of the project brief to align with client needs, followed by visualizing and imagining design outcomes, and culminates in the creation and execution of physical spaces, furniture, artifacts, and lifestyle products. Her portfolio includes design and execution for private homes, destination villas, apartments, commercial properties, tree houses, offices, co-working spaces, retail, hotels, restaurants, educational institutes, and healthcare facilities. She has worked with families, celebrities, sports persons, real estate builders, and corporate teams. Ms. Shailja's work has appeared in several publications, including Design Essentia, India Today Home, Business World, The Tribune, Your Story, Deccan Chronicle, Hindustan Times Today, Silicon India, and Indian Age. Ms. Shailja has an MBA and currently serves as the president of Real Estate Council for the Women's Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry for the state of Karnataka. Ladies and gentlemen, with a big round of applause, let's welcome Ms. Shailja on stage, please. Come on, everybody, a bigger round of applause. Thank you.
Very good morning to all of you. It's so enthralling to see such amazing work from the previous speakers, and I particularly enjoyed Mahesh's talk. I am seeing how the dialogue is shifting, the context is shifting. I happen to be a millennial, for all those who are confusing me for a Gen Z in the morning, and it's just a privilege to be a part of this panel where we have industry who's who. Today, I would say it's a privilege to be here. It's a special day, not only because there are a lot of rising stars here being awarded and being celebrated. It's a wonderful launch of a book, Namaskar Jaisim by Dr. Nayak. It adds even greater meaning and purpose to the occasion. And in fact, yesterday I had a very deep and intense conversation with Dr. Shankar, and it brought a lot of significance to purposefulness, So it's so nice to see 2-3 things happening just within 48 hours with me. And indeed, what I'm about to share with you today is going to be pretty similar to that. Again, a heartfelt congratulations to not only Dr. Nayak and Jaisim sir, but to the entire fraternity on this remarkable achievement and on bringing this important body of work into the world. So this is the nth time on this platform as a guest, speaker, panelist, And today, I have been asked to speak on the rising stars, definitely. There is no presenting concepts or work or new thoughts. There is abundance of that in today's day and age. And, definitely with the advent of technology, internet, AI, I thought I should begin with a slightly uncomfortable question. What exactly are we rising towards? More awards, bigger projects, more followers, more press, a more impressive portfolio, or something deeper? Because after spending years in this profession, almost 15 to 17 years, I have begun to believe that there is a very important distinction between being visible and being relevant, and perhaps even more importantly, between being beautiful and being meaningful. So today I want to talk about something slightly beyond design aesthetics or built environment aesthetics. I want to talk about authorship. Yeah. I want to talk about authorship, about originality, about judgment, and ultimately about what it means to matter as a designer, as an architect, as a creative person who's there finding meaning in everything. We are living in an extraordinary moment in design. Never before we had access to so many images, references, materials, technologies, and ideas. A young designer sitting in Bengaluru can see what a studio in Copenhagen is doing, what an architect in Tokyo is experimenting with, what a hotel in Mexico looks like, what a residence in Milan looks like. And guess what? All before breakfast. And now, with generative AI, we can produce hundreds of visual possibilities in minutes. We have entered in an exciting age of extraordinary visual abundance, not just visual abundance, mind it, extraordinary visual abundance. It's really hard to differentiate between what's real and what's created by AI today. And yet, strangely, I think we're also entering an age of visual sameness. You see, one beautiful house, and then another, and then another. Different architects, different designers, different cities, but somehow the same vocabulary, the same beige, the same curves, the same stone, the same fluted surfaces, the same oversized furniture, the same carefully imperfected waste, the same photograph. We've never had more possibilities, and yet sometimes our work looks as though it came from the same imagination. So I want to ask each and every person here today, what is your voice in all of this? Because I don't think the challenge for the next generation is going to be learning how to make beautiful things. I think that's the most easy task today. Tuck, 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 there's beauty right on your screen. How to make it? There are steps right on your screen. Technology will make that easier. AI will make visual exploration faster. Software will become more intuitive, and in fact, it already has. And the distance between an idea and an image will continue to collapse. So the value of the designer or the architect will increasingly move somewhere else, from production to judgment, from style to authorship, from making images to making meaning. And that, I think, is where our real opportunity lies. Your first responsibility is to develop a point of view in this overcrowded, overcluttered, visually beguiling, fantastic world. Not a style, a point of view. A style can be copied. A point of view cannot. Style says, this is what I like. A point of view asks, why do I believe this is appropriate here? Why this material? Why this proportion? Why this light? Why this spatial sequence? Why this relationship with nature? Why this response to climate? Why this relationship between private and public? Why should this building exist in this particular place? That is where design moves from decoration into discourse. And I think that distinction matters enormously, because architecture and interior design are not merely visual professions. They are cultural professions. We are constantly making decisions about how people live, how they interact, how they be happy, how they even weep, what they value, what they remember, and what they experience. You walk into Sistine Chapel, you are forced to walk slowly in awe and wonder. You walk into a 1 BHK, you quickly finish it off in 1 second. You get a brief, oh, I'm a working mother, I need a breakfast counter right over here so that we can finish the most important task of a life, having breakfast in 5 to 10 minutes. And that is what architecture does. In one place, it slows you down, it creates so much of awe and wonder, and in the other, it just squeezes everything in 5 minutes. And also, the significance of our lives with it. There is nothing like having that extra 10 minutes with your child in the morning on a breakfast table to connect, to create meaning, to say, hey, you know what? This is why we are here for. Every space quietly tells us something about the society that produced it. And this brings me to the word authorship. When we call someone an author, we don't simply mean that they physically produced something. An author has a position. They make choices. They edit. They reject. They interpret. They take responsibility. And perhaps this is exactly what the designer or the architect of the future needs to become. Not simply a producer of design, but an author of ideas. Because AI can generate 10 beautiful options, but it cannot absolve you of choosing the right one. It can give you possibilities. It cannot give you responsibility, which is what makes the usage of AI even more dangerous in today's world. And perhaps the most important skill of the future will not be imagination alone. It will be discernment, the ability to look at 100 possibilities and say 99 of these are interesting, but this is the one that belongs here. That is design judgment. And judgment comes from knowledge, from observation, from experience, from failure. Mind it, from failure. We will see a lot of successful people and a lot of successful projects, but the number of times they would have failed, and that is what they remember in order to succeed, is really oblivious to all of us. From reading, from traveling, from understanding history, and I will come to this later, how history is really important to us, from understanding people, and most importantly, from being curious about the world beyond design. Which brings me to something I feel very strongly about. Please don't let Instagram become your design school. Use it, absolutely. It is an extremely extraordinary platform for discovery and visibility, but don't let algorithms determine your aesthetic vocabulary. Read books, look at paintings, listen to good music, study cinema, understand anthropology, look at vernacular architecture, study your own cities, walk through old neighborhoods, talk to craftsmen, understand how materials age, understand how people actually live. Because if you only references come from other people's photographs of design, eventually your work becomes a reflection of a reflection. And I think that all the rising stars, all the people who are aiming for doing better work, in our profession need something much more dangerous than a good board of inspiration. They need curiosity. There is another paradox I want to leave you with. We talk endlessly about originality, but originality does not necessarily mean inventing something that has never existed before. Almost everything has a history. The arch, the courtyard, the jali, the veranda, the threshold, the garden, the window, the idea of bringing light into a room, none of these are new. What makes a work original is often not the invention of a new vocabulary. It is the reinterpretation of an old vocabulary in a new context, and that is what I think millennials were trying to do, and Gen Zs have really aced it, I believe, the questioning of every single thing. There is something miraculous about that daring audacity that this whole new generation carries. That is why I believe our Indian context is such an extraordinary opportunity today. We don't have to imitate the West to appear contemporary. We look at baby boomers, we look at, even Gen X, in some sense Gen Y or millennials as we are called. We have taken a lot of inspiration from the West. But today when we raise our next generation, the Gen Zs, I happen to be a mother to an alpha, and the way they exhibit their pride in our country is really beautiful and remarkable. So we don't have to imitate the West to appear contemporary. We have centuries of spatial intelligence around us, and this generation is bringing it back. Climate responsive design, courtyards, filtered light, material crafts, community, landscape, ritual, thresholds, the relationship between inside and outside. There is enormous intellectual capital and energy sitting right here. The question is, what are we going to do with it? And finally, I want to talk about success, because when you are an award-winning architect or a designer, everyone tells you to build your portfolio, to build your Instagram, to build your network, to build your brand, and yes, build all of them, but also build something which is much less visible. Build your character, because eventually your reputation will become more valuable than your publicity. People will remember whether you were generous with your knowledge, whether you respected the craftsman, whether you stood by your team, whether you handled failure with grace, whether you took responsibility when something went completely wrong, whether your word meant something. You know, in India, when we are working with all kinds of people, especially our category, our, I wouldn't even say industry, the whole huge sector of real estate, there is something called high context culture, which is missing from the last mile worker till the top. What is not written is not respected at all. In Japan, when you speak something, it's as good as a stamped file. But in India, we used to be that way at one point of time. That's, I think, historical times. Today, everything has to be documented to make sure that we remember what we promised. Whether your word meant something, and in our profession, that matters, because architecture and design are collaborative acts. No building is created by one person. No beautiful interior is created by one person. There are clients, architects, designers, engineers, contractors, artisans, fabricators, landscape designers, lighting designers, and hundreds of invisible hands right in there in the soil. So perhaps the greatest sign that you are rising as a professional is not that people are beginning to notice your work. It is that people begin to want to work with you because of your ethic, your character, and because of who you are becoming. And that's something, no technology, no AI, I don't even know 50 years down the line what other new things will be there. Probably blink your eyes and like a genie produce a building. We never know if there will be something like teleportation or something like that. I'm not really sure. But there is one thing, your consciousness, your awareness to how you operate will always exist. So to all of you in this room, I would say this: don't ask only how can I become successful. Ask, what do I want to stand for? Don't ask, how can I make my work look different? Ask, what do I see differently? Ask, what do I have worth saying? And don't be frightened by the technologies that are changing our profession. Use them, question them, experiment with them, but never outsource your judgment to them. Because the future of design does not belong to the person who can produce the most number of images. It belongs to the person who can make the most meaningful decisions. And I had the privilege of meeting Dr. Shankar yesterday, and I realized the road less traveled, and he's called the people's architect. I felt I should be calling him the Buddha architect. Just like how Buddha had 4 great sites, he had defined 4 different moments in his life which led him to a very purposeful and a very focused, purposeful path. It's really commendable. It did change my entire subject to talk today after that 1-2 hours of discussion with him. I wouldn't be taking too much of your time, and this is my last slide, of course. Perhaps this is what I've learned from being in this profession for as long as I have. A career is not really built project by project alone. It is built idea by idea. At some point, people should be able to see your work without seeing your name and recognize that it came from your mind. That, to me, is authorship. That, to me, is true success. That is when a designer or an architect stops merely participating in the profession and begins contributing to it. So yes, rise, take the awards, build the practices, become visible, but eventually move beyond beautiful, move beyond fashionable, move beyond successful, become consequential. Because the greatest compliment we can receive as designers is not, that is beautiful. It is, I had never thought about space that way before. Thank you so much for such a patient hearing.
A big hand, everybody, for Ms. Shailja Awasthi. Thank you very much once again. The founder and principal of Shailja Awasthi's Sublime Spaces and Places. With that, we'll move on to our next talk. Our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Mohammad Amin Nair, a renowned architect with more than 2 decades of international experience. He graduated from SPA Delhi, where he conducted research on bioclimatic architecture with Bartlett School of Architecture. Now, besides its practice, he's been visiting faculty at SPA Delhi, Vastukala Academy, and Sushant School of Architecture, all from 2004 to 2007. He established another design studio in 1996, a full-fledged architecture and engineering firm with projects across India, West Asia, and Africa. He ensures that both are closely knit right from the beginning with a vision to improve upon implementation. Ladies and gentlemen, a big hand for Mr. Amin Nair. Over to you, sir.
So let me begin with pun intended. Namaskar, Jason. It's such a pleasure, as always. And of course, thank you, Dr. Naik, for this opportunity that you provide ever so often. And congratulations to all of the winners in the room. My talk would be a little bit different from what we've been hearing so far. A lot of philosophy, a lot of work, which is very important. But ANA's work spans more stuff which is engineering oriented and which is hardcore solution oriented. I've had the opportunity of presenting here before, and to those of you who've seen it, we've for the last several years been involved or had the good fortune of being involved in several transportation projects. You know, we try and be young at heart architects all the time. So when we got into transport architecture about 6 years ago, we started with Chandigarh station. And as luck would have it, or as thought would have it, our entire premise of what stations should be was learned from what other people have done. The revolution of high-speed rail in China, the depth of rail infrastructure in Europe, the failure in America, where we are in India and where we could be, became the defining parts of what Chandigarh station eventually became. Of course, there was language, there was Corbusier's legacy, there was people. And then from there we moved on to something which is, as I've said earlier, the most photographed building in India, the VT station in Mumbai. And VT was an entirely different animal. It was a heritage building in the financial capital of the country. The peak traffic over there was designated to be a little over 100,000 people per hour. And those are the numbers that you kind of dealt with and used technology to implement. And there is a certain degree of complacency that sets in. When you've done something enough number of times and when you've done something at a larger scale, you also begin to consider yourself, quote unquote, an expert. And that's something we used to think as well, until Dimapur happened to us. And that kind of just changed the entire mindset of what we needed to do. And I'm going to start with a small anecdote. When we started Dimapur station, we went with a big reputation and an ego that went with it. And I remember that in our first meeting, there was a lot of talk that was centered around the structural design system for the station, because the station spans across several tracks. And it's a fairly complex operation to maneuver structural members across tracks and while trains are moving. And it was a discussion between our structure consultant and the head of the structures for NFR, and I kept butting in with my ideas. And this general manager got extremely irritated with me, and he said, "Amin ji, aap beech mein bolna band kariye." And I was like taken aback, I am Amin Nayyar, I'm not somebody who just walked off the street, etc. That's what I used to think. And then he said something which just absolutely killed my ego. He said, "जब हम color की बात करेंगे ना, तब आपसे पूछ लेंगे कौन सा रंग लगाना है station में." And that really defines where we are at. There is technology, there is history, there is evidence of excellent work having been done. I don't know how my colleagues manage so many government projects that they just displayed to you and do it successfully. Hats off. We seem to be struggling with this. And the reason is that I think we don't communicate enough and we don't talk about what we actually do. And I think a large part of the reason is that we go with preconceived ideas of what architecture, motion, railway stations, etc. should be. Dimapur station is a station of rest. It's not it's not a station of movement, and I will explain to you why. I have grown up in large cities, and I practice in large cities. Bangalore is a big city. A lot of you may come from cities which are not what we call the A cities. And I realize that our entire economic and transportation system is designed around connecting what we call A cities. So it's a train starts from Mumbai and goes to Kolkata, or a train starts from New Delhi and goes to Chennai. The intermediate stations just happen to be. Dimapur is the only railhead, a major passenger railhead, in the entire Nagaland state, and also parts of Tripura and Meghalaya are connected from here. It's a large population. For a small station, we are dealing with 17,000 passengers a day now, slated to grow to 25,000 over the next 60 years. And when I went there for the first time, I had these preconceived notions of what we'd done in Mumbai and what we'd done in Chandigarh and what I had seen around the world, etc. And I spent the entire day there, and there were only 2 trains. And I was wondering to myself if the data was wrong, that these 17,000 people actually don't come to Dimapur and somebody's just got this data out of his hat. It was only later I realized that 90% of the train traffic appearing in Dimapur comes at night. From 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. is the peak usage time of this railway station when the entire city is asleep. And that just completely flipped the design idea of what the station was. And then we sort of woke up and started looking, and we realized that this station is a happenstance during the day. The station is not a station during the day. The station is something which is standing in the middle of the city growing up. So the east and west side of the cities have grown up over time. There were no bridges earlier. A bridge has been built only about 6 years ago, which connects the eastern part of the city to the western part. The major expansion is happening in the west. The station entrance is in the east. The old city is in the east. The bus stand is in the east. And the railway station is actually used by people to only cross over from east to west all day long. All day long. And then when we set up CCTVs and we started using technology to count how many people there are, it is true there are close to 17,000 passengers that use trains from here every day. But there were 21,000 people crossing the station every day who had nothing to do with the train. And so the design became something which is basically a social space. So we said that this station is about transit of foot passengers from east to west. The FOBs, the foot overbridges and the concourses need to be used during the daytime for people who are not going to be on the train. And therefore the entire concept of a train station being a paid place and you can use the facilities if you have a ticket, etc., went out of the window. This is a station building that is going to be used by people who do not have a ticket, do not need a ticket, and will not be getting onto a train. So this then became sort of the contextualization of how we will knit the station into the city. The design is not completed yet. The concepts are done. And so my presentation is going to be about a lot of things which are incomplete. The design layout is more or less done. The architectural language is not. The MEP services are more or less done, but their integration is not. The facade, the system design has been taken from what we think is going to be appropriate to that area, but it's not really complete. So it's an incomplete design submission, an incomplete design journey that I am here to present to you. And I gave you a little bit of context to make you appreciate why I'm presenting it today. When we say prioritize user groups and accessibility, inclusivity is not just about the differently abled. Priority of user groups was that we had a bus station that was unrelated to the station. Passengers crossed the city. They became our primary user group. There is a residential building within the premises of the railway station. The kids became our user group. The landscape of the parking all day long remains empty. The parking remains completely empty on the station all day long. Begin to fill up at 9 p.m. at night and then empties again at 4 a.m. So the kids need to play in the parking lot in the daytime. We don't need to have this parking locked up for people to only use cars. The cars don't belong there in the daytime. You will see those things in the planning that I will present. And the space planning change, which is why the design is actually incomplete. We are still trying to negotiate with the railway to make them understand that while the building belongs to you and it belongs to a railway station, the station function is largely at night and the daytime needs to be given back to the city. And one of the major interventions that has happened is that for the first time in our practice, we are also engaging with local artists and local architects who are providing inputs for the design and providing language to the design of spaces that we're doing, and not just the technology-oriented work that we normally do at ANA. So community engagement has become a very large part of this project. A lot of the ideas that we thought were good initially were shot down. A lot of great ideas have come up which we never had thought of earlier. And what I'm very happy to tell you about is that while we use AI and contemporary tools in our practice, the best of ideas have not come from artificial intelligence. They've come from talking to people and getting the work done, going out there, sitting down. Thank you. Thank you. This means a lot. So it's something that I want to pick up from what Shailja just said, that as a designer, you're the custodian of thoughts. And those thoughts can come from anywhere. You allow them to be. But you then are also the custodian of the decision, and the decision making is where really the best of the products are going to be. So of course, the stuff about green architecture that's been mentioned again. Green is not about how many trees we're going to plant. It is about the fact that we also took a decision that the old station and a lot of the haphazard work that has been done over time here is going to be pulled down. And we have decided that the landscape design and the entire leveling or the landscape of this space over here is going to be such that not a single gram of construction debris that comes out of demolition is going to be allowed to go out of the site. We're using everything inside the station. Nothing is going out. Not a single vehicle carrying what we call malba is going to go into the city and defile something else. That's for us has been the biggest sort of language. And then the language of rest, as I said, you will see the imagery and the way the station is now coming up. It's a building of rest. It's not a building of movement. It's not about thousands of people rushing from one place to another. It's also not a city like Chandigarh or Delhi where you have daily commuters using a train. The train gets taken by people maybe once in a month, maybe once in 6 months, maybe once in a year. Those are the people who are going to be there. And the guys who use it during the daytime are not using the train in most cases. So the language in the architecture has been the architecture of rest, the architecture of spaces, the architecture of sunlight, the architecture of wind. Almost no part of this building is air conditioned. There is a need, I mean, there's a mandate for air conditioned waiting areas, etc. So those are there. Some of the offices and the control centers are air conditioned. But a majority of this space, and this whole building is about 400,000 square feet, less than 10,000 square feet in the public area is air conditioned, and the office, of course, which belongs to computers, is air conditioned. But otherwise, the entire building has been done without air conditioning. We use tools that simulate heat gain, that simulate breeze, that simulate the movement of air, what happens across 365 days. So we are using HAP not only for air conditioning, but also for conditioning without mechanical equipments. There is a simulation report that is there for 365 days, 24 hours of the day. How is it going to feel at 3 a.m. in the morning on a summer, on a monsoon, or a winter day? And this really is what eventually will sort of be the station and what it comes about. Wayfinding and signage is a major part of what this building is also going to be, and you will also see when the design finishes, hopefully in the next couple of months, that the design of the signage systems is for the city. When you're walking through the station precinct, it actually talks about what is on the other side of the tracks, and not just about platform number 1, 2, and 3 and where you can catch your trains. That's there. But the station during the daytime talks to either side of the city on the east and west. And so I'll just skip a few slides because this presentation is longer. The linguistics you will understand, and the tapestry you will understand. You're all architects and people here. But this slide, sorry. This is probably a set of slides which is the most important. You will see that the lines of transition, the east and west is on different sides of the tracks. The tracks are oriented north-south. You will see that the major lines of intent and the major lines of movement are across the tracks and not onto the platform. So the entire station design, the arrival departure of people, is designed such that you can cross the station. You can spend time here. There's a massive concourse. Sorry, I think can someone help me with this, please? How do I get back to the, thank you. Sorry about this, guys. Just 10 seconds. Can you go to the last few slides, please? Thank you. Yeah, we can stop here. Here again, this is now the entire sort of the entire movement of people. There's 17,000 at night, or about 12,000 at night, 4,000 during the day, and 21,000 during the day, which are uncounted people, which are not part of the brief. Again, here you will see that the linkage to the platforms is almost tenuous. But what is allowed is for people to move across the concourse during the daytime and use the entire commercial and facilities. The toilets are designed such, by the way. They became a big part of what we were doing. We realized that in the entire city, and whatever master planning or lack of it that was there, the city did not have adequate ablution spaces for people. And this is a city which is the major trading hub of Nagaland. So all facilities of the station are of people. The language of the building, etc., you will see in a short video that I will play, is still under development. And of course, you know, the work that we do at ANA has a lot of tech in it, and you will see a short video that talks about where we are getting at. It's a video where the buildings have been made transparent. You're not going to see the language of architecture of the buildings, but you will see the entrails of the building inside and how this works. So the entire structure is there. The entire M&E system is there. The landscape has been taken away, so you also see what's underground. Just as a fact also, on most of these large infrastructure projects, the money, specifically the cash that you spend on the language of architecture, never exceeds about 15% of the total brief. The rest of it is all tech that needs to go in and to make sure that this building stays for 70 years in a serviceable way. I'll leave you with a short video. And of course, our coordinates are there. I would love to have feedback because, as I said, I'm going out on a limb in a gathering of architects. It's an incomplete design that I'm presenting to you today. You can play the video, please. Thank you very much for being a great audience. As always, I'll end with somebody else's thought. It's an incomplete design. Love to have feedback. फैज साहब का एक शेर है, उसके साथ छोड़ रहा हूँ. सितारों के आगे जहाँ और भी हैं, अभी इश्क में इम्तिहान और भी हैं. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you, sir. Give it up, everybody. Another big round of applause to architect Mohammad Amin Nair. Thank you very much. It's a privilege and honor to have with us a luminary whose extraordinary contributions have left an indelible mark on the fields of architecture, urban planning, interior designs, and academia. A towering figure whose professional journey of 27 remarkable years stands as an inspiring testament to dedication, innovation, and excellence. Please join me in welcoming Professor Dr. Ajay Chandran CK, architect, urban planner, interior designer, and valuer, who currently serves as the director of Anantapadma Builders Private Limited, as a senior professor at the School of Architecture, Christ University, Bangalore. Professor Dr. Ajay is a standing appellate committee member of the All India Council of Technical Education, the apex regulatory body governing technical education in India. He also serves as the honorary secretary of GEM ASSOCHAM, the Associated Chambers of Commerce and Industry of India, Karnataka chapter, championing sustainable and green industry practices. A distinguished academic leader, he has served as a principal of SJB Institute of Technology, Bangalore, and as a dean of BGS School of Architecture and Planning, Bangalore, and is also a certified trainer for Indian Knowledge Systems, a prestigious certification conferred by the University Grants Commission, Department of Education, Government of Karnataka. His intellectual contributions to research and innovations have been simply remarkable. He has filed an astounding 55 patents, out of which 35 have been granted by the Government of India. He has authored 31 International Scopus Index journal publications and is actively guiding 9 doctoral research scholars, shaping the next generation of thinkers and innovators. Professor Ajay, his professional affiliation speaks volumes about his stature in the field. He is a fellow of the Indian Institute of Architects, fellow of the Indian Institute of Town Planners, India, and a fellow of the Indian Institute of Valuers, India. He is also an associate life member of IIT and the Indian Society of Technical Education, and holds the GEM Sustainability Certification Professional of ASSOCHAM. Distinguished guests, today we celebrate a man's work who embodies the finest ideal of professional excellence, academic leadership, and a relentless pursuit of knowledge. Please put your hands together, everybody. Let's welcome Professor Dr. Ajay Chandran. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon. The gratitude goes with the first in the list, our teacher at School of Architecture, BMS, our Guru, Krishnarao Jaisam sir. Same goes to another Guru in practice, Padma Shri G. Shankar sir. It's a tight fix for me. Two people to go in front of me, they are legendary architects. And the people who have gone before me, who had set the stage with certain set of agendas and pointers. And I am sandwiched between these two extremes, the extreme luminaries. Right, the intense pressure will be always there. Today is marked for all the achievers. So we get a special energy when we address or when we talk to our fraternity. We call it a built envelope. It encompasses of all professionals, people who are dreaming day in and out, people who are shaping things, people who are looking at the forward-looking people. I would say the future is unknown and always forward-looking, always based on the gratitude on our heritage. These are the extreme set of people who shape our today and our tomorrow. So when I look at today's interaction, a special greeting to all the achievers, the leadership of today and tomorrow. And we are happy to note that the future of this country and the world in terms of built envelope is safe, because you are all shaping it so well. We take this privilege to acknowledge your good work, thanks to Dr. Anand Naik and his entire team who are identifying every year, length and breadth of this country, the leadership of the built envelope. That is very important. Whenever you do the good work, you appear to be doing good work, and there is a set of people to recognize the talent. And today, the day is for two celebrations. One, the leadership. The next, a legendary architect whom we had seen from our college days, whom we look up to for all the knowledge, all the gyan, all the insights, all the awakening. None other than Professor Jaisam sir. We are looking forward to hear from you, as usual. Today's discussion got excited with the right kind of pointer that day, the start itself. Gen Z. Mahesh Bhai had made us realize the way towards the future. The way towards the future goes through Gen Z. The Gen Z will set the benchmarks which keeps evolving. The future, even though it is unknown, one thing is certain: when we get old, our doctors will be Gen Zs. When we are looking at the safety of our country, already our Major General had mentioned, Gen Z will be taking care of the country. In every spectrum, the leadership will be Gen Z and beyond, maybe beta, alpha, whatever. I look at it as human capital. I look at it as human thought. I look at it at human philosophy. I think the most eligible Gen Z will be our Jaisam sir, because timelessness in architecture. Timelessness in architecture. We think with age, people have seen the world, but he reminds us what is coming forward. How beautiful is the unknown and what has to be done, how prepared we have to be for the unknown. So this way of classification is temporal. The uniqueness is the human capital and the human thought, which always drives our so-called creativity. Then we look up to very senior practicing professionals, Dr. Punni and Dr. Oscar, sir. The scale, speed, and the impact matters. They have shown us, they have demonstrated their projects, public, private, and the kind of delivery mechanism they have established, even at government projects and private projects, is amazing. It's noteworthy. The exploration, the philosophy, I would say the conviction,
That's driving the practice. Their practice is joined by their next generation, their son, architect Rahul. I had the unique opportunity in interacting with him. We always look at the freshness in that idea. Their practice spanning more than 30, 40 years, 4 decades, and on with the Gen Z and the next generation. So the legacy continues. Shailaja Madam always brings us freshness of thoughts, deep insights. She was mentioning about authorship. Each one of us are looking at that poetry of built space, authorship. The originality. We claim to be original, but throughout the journey we feel that we are a reflection from the past. Tribute to the past, tribute to the heritage, but that heritage inspires us, rediscover happens and reimagination happens. So there is always a firm footing, and she was mentioning about that. Then she was awakening the meaning in what we create, the deep impact, the responsibility on our shoulders. Extraordinary visual, even though we are visually acclaimed, we are being looked upon. Aminbai was mentioning about coloring, the shades, different shades. People look at to us with the focus on efficacy, the power to experience and the power to create. We don't give up on that, definitely, but there are, we all agree that there are much more to it. He was mentioning, Shailaja Madam was also mentioning about the deeper meaning, the deeper impact we create, the thoughts we trigger through the work, the silence, the meaning of abundance. We try to give abundance of love, abundance of happiness to the world through our medium of celebration of architecture. Whenever I listen to our elder brother in profession, Aminbai, first thing which comes to my mind, my imagination is he travels widely, he interacts with people, he connects with culture. That is seen in his work. Every time he shows project, we are wonderstruck. That's a reflection of his journey, and the architecture as a journey, the prelude, the insight, the awakening. So it's amazing. So you can understand when I am coming now to share some few thoughts, how will be it possible from two extremes, the people with amazing thoughts already before me and the stalwarts whom we are awaiting to listen to. I'm in a fix. But today is again a celebration. Celebration of leadership and celebration of the leader who makes us feel that leadership is a great responsibility. We look up to all the celebrated legends. The learning comes through observation. The learning comes through questioning. The learning comes through answers. We feel we are finding answers, but definitely not. The answers are just a reflection or an initial start. There is no perfect answers. The journey goes on. So when I coin the word design excellence, doesn't mean that we are doing excellence. We are in the pursuit of excellence. That's all. We have to stay humble, grounded. We are nobody. When we look across our rural areas to urban areas, we see monuments. Our hinterland, our celebrated legacy of more than 5,000 years, teaches us one thing very, very clear. We have to be humble, as good as the sand which is in front of those monuments. The best part of architecture is we try to stay blended with the environment in whatever ways. In this manner, less is more. What to build, everybody knows. What not to build, only the professional knows. What is the meaning of architecture? We learn from the past, but we try to figure out through our own humble explorations. The Gen Z or the future Beta, Gamma, or whatever, whoever is joining us in that journey, we are lucky. We are learning. We are constantly engaging in that conversation. So I thought of sharing few projects, few thoughts through those projects, giving the entire credit or gratitude to those people, those amazing architects, those amazing works, those amazing culture. When we travel in India, we feel the soul of architecture. Now we are looking at Global South. Our Honorable Prime Minister keeps reminding us, Global South is a single canvas. It all originated from this land, time immemorial. Right? Let it from Chola dynasty to any other dynasty which we are celebrating. Our presence are wide and far, celebrated. We are learning. We are trying to do business. We are trying to expand. The world will become a canvas. The design is a language which will go beyond the geographical language, which will connect, which will add value, which will manifest, which will engage, which will help people to have business and activities. Crafting or sculpting, I would not just rest to physical form, the philosophical aspect, the poetry of awakening through the medium of built envelope. We are trying, that's all. The entire span of 40, 50 years, we are lucky. We'll be so lucky if we get that. And there are few who have traveled that journey. Like the first love, till 40, 50 years, five decades, still with that rigor, still with that energy, still with that conviction. Next slide, please. I would say a communication, an argument, philosophy, a conversation. We are trying to constantly engage with the people. Amin Bhai was talking about human-centric design. Humane. We focus on the built, but the unbuilt, the conversation, the stories, the emotions, those dreams. Maybe it comes from our literature, poetry. That shapes us. We look at Ananta, we look at practice of a different kind. At least we make us believe all the time. Doing the smallest thing, we get more joy. More complexity is doing the smallest detail. I'm sure each one of our colleagues who are here will visualize that. Scale matters, the learning happens from the scale. But definitely quite challenging is the smallest aspect. The innovation, we call it. In a bigger project or a smaller project, some few aspects will be quite innovative. That makes a difference. There are ways and means to establish that. You write about your project as a Scopus Q1, 10% of the world celebrated aspects get into that. Patents are restricted to a national geographical boundary. Innovation has to be validated. So we always think the goodness, the innovation, where is it happening? How is it happening? What is that we are publishing? Above all these things, we ask about the business itself. Are we part and parcel of the business? Usually in our practice, the business model or the service model works on how much we build. What is the cost of the project? Both the things guides us. In some of these aspects, globally, They are looking at last 20 years, 30 years. They are looking at value engineering. How much did you save? How much did you conserve? How much did you make it efficient? The scale of operation, scale of practice is different in that way. The time has come. How much did we innovate? How much did we business model it? Good things have to be reflected, to be taken up. Industrialization of architecture. Today, I'm just talking about 6 thoughts through a medium of output. A sustainable development center at Abu Dhabi. Around 11 churches came together. They wanted to have a space. The administration, the government was kind enough to give the land, prime land, one of the well-regarded location. But the challenge is 11 churches, different set of diaspora, different aspirations. It should reflect our country, it should reflect the advancement, it should reflect the requirements. So throughout the journey we feel innovating a design program itself is the greatest challenge. We are doing Rohan Mall. The group is a well-regarded group in South, in Maharashtra, in Karnataka, in Bangalore they are coming in a big way. It was a challenge. They have been working with various architects and they gave us their flagship project. The Abu Dhabi Community Center was almost 150,000 square feet. It's not a large scale project. But this scale of project for us from a builder who has been building length and breadth of the country and large volumes was a challenge because he has worked with various stalwarts and then he will always have that comparison. Some of my senior stalwarts were associated. So the imagination was critical because always their team was almost 150 odd engineers who are well versed with various projects. To have that kind of benchmarking and bringing some value. So today we are discussing about a project whose shell is completed. It's 15,80,000 square feet, around 1,200 car parking, and we wanted to have some sort of essence to that context of Mangalore. Then Amardwas, a project which is more spiritual. So when we did that project, we had to look at the context, look at the culture, and then try to respond. A mixed-use building, again, we are looking at projects like Sustainable Development Community Center, SDG kind of projects, where international funding happens. We are looking at modeling that kind of model. Only context changes, the program is getting refined, because the goodness can be taken forward. The speed and efficiency goes up. Again, a unique project, Workflow Labs, they are all around in the US. They are media legends. So they wanted to have their office building in Brigade Twin Towers in Bangalore next to Yeshwanthpur Taj. So they had given a unique setting around 2,500 square feet office space, where their leadership come over there to look at the global south activities and things like that. So we had quite a good learning because many of the Gen Zs are part and parcel of such aspects, and they bring in more challenge to the design. They bring in a lot of images for us to look at closely, to understand what they intend to have it in their work experience. Then Christ had given 2 good projects at Kengiri level. I am part of the Christ University. We run a school of architecture. We have a school of architecture. Does a lot of experimentation. Research also, we have quite a lot of intense research. People who have traveled, worked, all over the globe coming back to alma mater and or the institution to do some meaningful, insightful research, and they are looking at how to impact the society. So when we start the research process itself, we ask a simple question: how do you serve the society? How does this research going to be industrializable, and how this will add to the business? Where how many startups can come from your idea? That is the kind of thoughts. We took the inspiration from China model. China is looking at products as the outcome of the research. Research has to be impactful in the society. We should be of larger good or value to the society. So such quickly, I will just now, I'll not take much time, I'll just quickly run through this project. When we did, we made sure that it will be a 5-star sustainable building, wellness oriented building. It will be a Vastu compliant building. We had a discussion with the end users. We had made it sure that it has got a multiple activities. So the maximum time went through how do we arrive at the design program. 2 basement parking, and then what we thought about is how this can empower the society. More of other time, very few time, it will be an awakening space, spiritually awakening place, prayers or thoughts about the society. The other time it will be a competency. It will be a skilling center. It will be a business center. It will be how do we engage with the society. So that is the kind of approach we did for this project. With this project, we were lucky enough, almost 11 churches, we can count more than 15,000 people associated with diaspora. They have given another 4 more projects at different locations, India and abroad. So we were lucky to engage with the society and then try to do something. We learn from them, and they help us in turn that spread those thoughts we have gained together. Rohan Mall, we made sure that the interiors is reflecting Mangalore. Interiors work is going on, so we are now not in a position to showcase. When we do any project, we first ask what are the uniqueness, what is the kind of philosophy we are following, what is the kind of context we are doing. Certification apart, certification is bare minimum mandatory. I always keep reminding, a conventional financial institution gives you 9% to 10% interest. With a sustainability project, a well-acclaimed project, the sustainability will make the project at 3% interest level. Every project is bankable. So we don't not only look at the project life cycle, we look at how financially the model is viable. Architecture helps in that part of efficiency. We want to be the one-stop solution provider. It's a humble practice with less than 10 people. Some of the Gen Zs take the lead, and we are there just to assist and be part of the journey. So we look at those moments, that's for special moments. We look at which are the nerve points in that project, and then the stories evolve. How was the movement? How is the experience level? That kind of journey we initiate. This project being next to a well-known temple complex, so we thought it is all about rejuvenation and thought about that culture and art. So we made sure that the inside, the outside, we have that reflection. And Kerala is an amazing place, like Mangalore, coastal place, and you get to see culture at every nook and corner. In that matter, when you travel throughout the country, we feel we are just a minuscule. We are just a grain in the sand. So much of stories to note, so much of culture to celebrate, so much of built envelope to guide us. So since I was told that we will have equal participation from the built envelope, the exterior and the interiors, we thought of taking some few. This is a model I thought I should be sharing. We look at 3,000 square feet to 4,000 square feet of prime land in Bangalore, and we keep inventing something, mixed use, half shops and offices, the other half, because 4 to 5 floors only with the premium FAR we can do it. And by doing this, I'm just sharing an experience we did for one, that person got us 50 of his friends who are doing the things to do. So this was mushrooming at different locations in Bangalore. So we did, by that time, now this is in the 4th floor slab level, and by that time, by 2nd floor slab itself, he got his friends used to visit, they used to understand the program. So people want to see their business grow when we are in that journey of business, right from locating the land, locating the financials, looking at the break even, looking at the experience. Like, I totally agree with Aminbhai. 15 to 20% only can be shared for the skin, not much more than that. And the skin also, the maximum where the focus has to be. The other levels are all efficiency and the interiors, what you have to. So it's design, it is efficiency, it is, I would say, financial management. Everything, you know, you can't, those good old days are over. People won't think for 100 years, people think for 15 to 20 years. That itself is a human task. First 10 years, you're part of the business and you allow them to grow and you have the model with them, they agree with you. Because more than 20%, 80% comes from financial institutions who bang on it. It's a business model. Design adds value to that business model. So here, we will be bombarded with all kinds of imageries which our end users will have, and they will expect us to have that jugaad into their project. It's extremely difficult. Philosophy and conviction on the one hand, this is also in the completion stage. Smaller office space, bigger challenge, time is a constraint. 3 to 4 months, 3 months is a good time. We say touch points of 100, but when we start operating, you will know this philosophical or the management way of looking at 100 touch points, 120 touch point doesn't work. Finally, on site, the last call will be all the drawings are ready, all the details are ready. We always believe that to the minutest detail, things have to be envisaged. Finally, a new sketch will happen. Without the detail, things will happen on site. We all would have gone through. So I have learned now that minimum drawings with the maximum details will save a project and save our time and energy. It's not that more details, more number of man hours on the drawing. So the communication on site, communication to ourselves, to the team, and finally a new surprises on site, we should be open to all these challenges. Just shown a starting point of a campus of Kengeri. We have a 82 acres beautiful campus. We have been part and parcel of the Christ Kengeri campus. We have shaped up well for the Christ Yeshwantpur campus also. There we have done mainly the interiors. Here we have done a new facet, because almost 75 years of existence in higher education, and in the QS ranking also, Christ is considered well, in the NIRF also. So we wanted to give a new design language without forgetting the legacy. So that way, and we play with a lot of wood. All the interiors, what we see below is a lot of timber. The Nilamboril wood is no more there, which comes from a particular region of Kerala, but we use a whole lot of wood. We celebrate the interiors with high-end wood. That's a celebration, because even the clients had given us the freedom to do that. They believe in timelessness. So wood becomes, and even in sustainability, wood is the new gen material, even though it comes from the heritage. So our forefathers were much advanced. They looked at what kind of stone has to be taken and used, what kind of bricks have to be sun-dried or table-mounted, or they know what kind of wood has to be taken, or the responsibility. All these things we are trying to explore well through our medium. So it was wonderful to share some thoughts and convictions with you. We try to explore in the pursuit of excellence, but we have never achieved it. So most of the days we get a whole lot of energy by looking at others, by looking at other case studies, looking at all our leadership of the profession. In the meantime, we remind us that always we also have a huge responsibility on our shoulders, including those of you who will be awarded today. Now the responsibility, the amplitude, the responsibility index is growing. So we are here to create, we are here to support. Thank you one and all.
Give it up, everybody, for Professor Ajay Chandran. Thank you, sir. We're now heading to one last talk by a very important person, and after that we will have the book launch, and post that, the much awaited awards. So ladies and gentlemen, we have with us Dr. G. Shankar, the founder and chairman of Habitat Technology Group, a master mason and people's architect. Dr. Shankar has been relentlessly engaged in bringing about social development through architecture. He received an honorary doctorate in 2019 from the University of Asia, Kathmandu, which is graded as a Tier 1 university in international ranking. In recognition to the distinguished services in the field of science and engineering, Government of India in 2011 awarded Dr. Shankar with Padma Shri, the 4th highest civilian award in the Republic of India. Come on, everybody, let's all give it up with a bigger round of applause. Thank you. In 1987, he founded Habitat Technology Group, which became the largest NGO in the shelter sector in South Asia. Being an advocate of cost-effective, eco-friendly, and sustainable building technologies, he has been heading several mass building projects, including township plant and built following calamities and redevelopment of slums. Houses have been built in Latur, Bhopal, Gujarat, and Orissa after natural disasters. Major projects were also undertaken in Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Nepal, Palestine, and Haiti. With an architecture degree from the College of Engineering Trivandrum, an MS from Birmingham School of Architecture UK, and a postgraduate diploma in journalism, Dr. Shankar, with his concept of green architecture, has brought about a much required qualitative change to the shelter sector in India. Inspired by the life and work of eminent architect Laurie Baker, Dr. Shankar has always given priority to the housing needs of the common man, the marginalized, the fisherfolk, the slum dwellers, and tribals, which earned him the title of the People's Architect. Since 1987, he has also been the consultant for the disaster mitigation in Sri Lanka and Maldives. He is also the chairman of the National Committee constituted by the Government of India to formulate guidelines on disaster-resistant building technologies. He has won many laurels and is also the member of a number of national level bodies, both official and non-governmental. Please put your hands together, everybody, for Dr. G. Shankar.
Sri Architect Jay Singh, my dear friends, I'm actually on this stage for 3 primary reasons. Today, we are celebrating a legend of our times, architect Krishna Rao Jay Singh. It's a privilege. He has actually illuminated the way. The architects, he's a peer in the thing, he's a pioneer, and that way he has illuminated our ways of professional practice. Thank you very much, Architect Jay Singh, because it's very important to recognize, to acknowledge your immense, overwhelming contribution to the realm of architecture, with your convictions, with your attitudes. You have actually illuminated the way of the present day generations, including me, and you have been a great inspiration for all of us. Secondly, I'm here to congratulate the award winners this particular function. You should all be aware that this national recognition being given to you for your contribution to the domain of architecture. It's a national recognition, and you should be responsible for your profession from this moment onwards. It's not like putting the award on your showcase, telling your clients that you're a national awardee, but it also brings in lots of responsibilities to you. That responsibilities should illuminate your way forward. And I hope all of you, a meaningful journey ahead. So that's the second reason why I'm here. The third reason is actually, you have already heard the pioneering works being done by the stalwarts, doyens of architecture sitting in front of me. I'm sure that's the biggest take back for you. Young architects, Gen Z architects in front of me. That actually is equally important, probably as important as the award that you're getting. You've heard them speaking, right from Mahesh to architect Amin Nair to Shailaja to Dr. Ajay Chandran to Dr. Oscar and Punni. You've heard them all. And you must have been mesmerized with the kind of work that they do. I was just looking at Punni and Oscar's work. I was looking at Amin's work. I was looking at my young friend Ajay's work. I was just wondering what I'm doing. I never got a chance to build such big projects in my life. Probably that was a choice. That was a choice for me because I never, I still remember a poignant moment in my life when I was struggling for basic existence. One nationally renowned filmmaker came to me and asked me, that time I'm talking about 35 years back, he wanted a building, a residence building, to be built for 25 lakhs. 35 years back. We actually grew up together. He had already become an international celebrity, national celebrity. And the first design brief that was given to me, one-liner design brief, was about building a 25 lakh buildings. You can imagine the kind of different coefficient it has. And I told him very clearly, my dear friend, I really don't know how to design a residential building for 25 lakh. That time, expensive buildings were built at probably 500 rupees per square foot, and 25 lakhs would mean probably more than 5,000 square feet. Even now, at my experience, I don't the largest spectrum of works in the world, regarding the cost-effective buildings. I'm still telling you, I really can't design a house. I don't know how to design a house because I always get a distinction between needs and the dreams. I don't build, to me, that's the limitation. I can look at dreams and I can translate that into three-dimensional space. Unfortunately, my vision is very limited. Probably it's very compartmental. I think that would be a waste, I think my life, the entire life, has to be dedicated. I'm doing that now for people who need me, who need smaller houses. I still believe in the dictum that says, it's only actually fools build houses and wise men stay in it. I still stick to that dictum, although it goes against the fraternity interest, Having said that, I should actually begin my conversation with you. It's going to be a short conversation because time is already 1 o'clock. Short conversation with whatever Mahesh had told you. It was actually a magical beginning to the proceedings today because he was talking about new challenges and concerns. I've actually taken it down because I tend to forget these days. He actually talked about personal architecture. Personal architecture. Are we doing personal architecture? Are we reflecting on personal glory? This is something that you should really look at. Are we really doing the only person? I'm telling you, I've gone across the world. I've seen many buildings. The names that you remember are the legends of architecture. Whose building, I'm telling you, have a soul, have a life. I'm telling you, right from Paris, France, where Le Corbusier built this Ronchamp, the small chapel. When you go in there, Or when you go to Guggenheim Museum in New York, looking at Frank Lloyd Wright, go to Falling Waters, Frank Lloyd Wright. Tadao Ando in Japan, where, when you go into the building, I'm a person who hates concrete. I'm a person who hates cement. I really don't like the look of it. But then when I went to Tadao Ando's magical expressions in architecture in Japan, I thought it was out of the bounds. It was, the spaces were magical. He's talking about meditative spaces. You look at that. He talks about meditative spaces. And when I went to his buildings, I was feeling that. That is the magic of architecture, my dear friends. How do you create meditative, you obviously look at materiality, you look at spaces, but how do you present this? How do you imbibe that materiality, looking at the vocabulary of materials and technologies, and how do you create a meditative space? That is the magic of architecture, my dear friend. To the younger generation out there, you have to think differently. You have to put that magic into that building. If you begin to feel that, every building has a life, every building has a soul, then everything will fall into places. I don't have to talk about sustainability. I don't have to talk about identity. I don't have to talk about creativity. I don't have to talk about innovation. The only concept that you have to be responsible. You have to be morally responsible. And you have to believe that every building has a soul. Every building has a life. If you start believing that, all the actions will be responsible. For the married people out there, let me tell you, if your child probably gets wounded somewhere, your heart will bleed. A child who can't speak, if he gets hurt somewhere, your heart will start bleeding because that child will not be able to speak. This is what happens to an inanimate object like a building. If you don't actually have that emotional connect with the building, I'm telling you, if you do something irresponsible, building may not be able to talk back. This is the problem. The building will not be able to talk back. So, as an architect, you've got a huge responsibility of making responsible spaces. Why responsible spaces? Because unfortunately or unfortunately, this becomes a part of the world. This becomes a part of the environment. And if you make a responsible statement in architecture, this car is going to, spoil the landscape, spoil the mindscape. Not only the landscape, mind you, it's not the landscape. The skyline is very important for a city. Urbanized spaces, the skyline is very important. So it's all about place, it's all about identity, it's all about cultural rootedness, it's all about appropriateness, it's all about sustainability. So, my dear friends, you have to make a difference. This is why the award is being given to you. You have to make a difference by making personal statements where you hold hands, you just hold hands, bring the people into this thing and create spaces which actually talks about peace and happiness. This is the challenge before you. Create spaces. When you talk about institutional buildings, interiors, what do? You have to bring in an element of peace. It has to bring a smile. Always. Every space that you create, whether it's a house or institutional building, and even an interior, you have to bring smiles. The public spaces should be a place of, I strike out the word happiness. I strike out that word happiness because, we are not living in a very happy world for many reasons. You should bring in contentment. You should belong to that place. That connect, that linkages is very important. You may not be as successful as many others, but whatever little buildings that you do, even if it's a small residence, it should be the talking point. I was just listening to Ajay. This is how a journey should proceed. From one building, you should open a door. From that door, you should go to the next building, and the next building. That's how your client should be your ambassadors, not the social media projections, not the awards. The client who has built your house should be your ambassadors to the further growth. I'll tell you a very small example. Way back, Out of the college, I had a huge privilege of associating with Bhopal gas tragedy in Madhya Pradesh. I actually went in, not really for designing buildings, but we were marching on the streets. I was telling Shalsa yesterday, marching on the streets, shouting slogans like Hatyari Carbide, Tao, and things like that. And then, 15 days later, Government of India comes back to me, very young at that age, when the Bhopal gas tragedy happened few decades back. Government of India comes back to me and asks me to design a rehabilitation project of 400 buildings in the outskirts of Bhopal. We built that. The Chief Minister, that time, I still forget the name, but the last name is Sakleja, the earlier Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh. He came to inaugurate it. He was mesmerized with the kind of buildings that I built, which are looking, poor people, hapless people, a barren landscape, and he saw something magical about it. Probably he could relate to that. Then he called me aside and asked me to do a farmhouse for himself. He had a farm place very near not very far from this particular place, Baresia Road in Bhopal. I went on to build his farmhouse. And there, the big housewarming happened, where I was called in. And one of the persons who came for that housewarming ceremony was none other than our celebrated actress Jaya Bhaduri's father, who happened to be the president of Bhopal Press Club. Then he asked me whether I could do a journalist colony in Bhopal for journalists in Bhopal. So from one door to other door to other door. That's how the journey goes. My dear friends, this is how. So when you actually take up a building, you should, the first building, especially the first building, I know you have crossed at this thing. This building should look different. I'm telling you. My dear young friends out there, I'm not talking the stalwart. It should look different, it should feel different. You have seen what Amin has shown you on the screen, what Punni has shown you. When you get into that library, a magical door opens. When you go to Dimapur, how deftly and how beautifully, the transition spaces are being designed. The circulation is being designed. It's all about circulation, it's all about movements. We're very critical of this thing. You think that is very easy. Among all these projects, I would say that this circulation project that is doing at Dimapur, where has done all its studies, 37,000 people frequenting that, he was talking about nighttime traffic and all that. That is very important. Movements are very important. The movements are in a transportation project like Dimapur, and how deftly, I was just looking at the elevation. And I know about Nagaland because I've built houses there. And when I was looking at Nagaland and people and identity, they're very distinct cultural identity. Very few people will get the opportunity to build in Northeast. One of the most, I would say, richest cultural legacies. When you look at architecture, when you look at disaster mitigation, what a pleasure to build in such landscapes, in mountains, terrains. And you always talk about organic architecture, architecture that belongs to the site. And where else will you get such a beautiful terrain? Talk about Mizoram, Meghalaya, Arunachal Pradesh, Assam, and the rest of it. I will come back to my subject because I'll take a long. I'll just tell you about 5 commandments. I don't have many things to show you. As Gandhiji once said, my life is my message. You can Google and see the kind of work that I do, and you will see it in the medium. Always design for people. Always realize that when a person comes to you, he has an identity. You have to realize that you have an identity. It's not for photographs, my dear friends. Design for people. Understand them. Go through them. Go through the mindscape and then relate it to the landscape. That's what an architect is taught. In the first year, second year, third year, you talk about the principles of architecture. You talk about rhythm, you talk about contrast, you talk about balance, you talk about symmetry. All that thing will, fall in place if you really go through the mindscapes and landscapes. Very important. Identity and place are very important. It's all about connectivities and linkages. So that's the first step. My dear friends, it's not about putting up a poster using a beautiful building. And initially, when I was a student of architecture, I used to look at Guggenheim Museum and things like that. I thought these were all expressions, you know. Even, you know, one of the perceptions that actually blew up was I had very wrong notions about Frank Gehry, who built Bilbao and, you know, is an iconic this thing. I thought, how come he talks about such anarchic architecture? You know, using the, looking at the structure, anarchic architecture. Then when I went there, my God, it was as mesmerizing as Antonio Gaudi of the last generation. So, design for people, not for this thing. Design for dignity, very important. Design for dignity, design for comfort, design for community. You know, one of the slides that he showed, Ajay showed, was about a work interior. Work interior is very, very important, my dear friends, because that is where people are going to spend half of their lifetime. You should understand that. If the workplace is not properly designed, if you don't have a window to look out, it's going to be very tough for you, my dear friends. It's going to be very tough for you. That's where you're going to spend, and you talk about, endlessly talk about air conditioning. And I got my reservations about that. Sustainability. It's not a label. This is why people call me to IGBC summits, people call me to Griha summits and things like that. But when you look at the indicators, I continuously fight with them, because I believe that one of the greatest challenges an architect is facing is about indoor air quality, which is very important. Where else in the world will you get such beautiful wind coming through, you know, passing through us? And still people come out with very strange solutions saying that this is green air conditioning. When you put a glass, they call it green glazing. I don't know how you can do that. Where, I mean, probably it's needed in cold countries. I go and teach at some of the Scandinavian countries, Norway and Sweden, where you don't have bright sun. It comes up at 3 o'clock, falls back at 4 o'clock. Here is a country where a bright sun, beautiful wind coming, blowing across us, and we are cutting short all that thing, and still talking about sustainability. You have to take a stand on that, my dear friends. When you talk about sustainability, you have to imbibe the spirit of sustainability. It's not for getting awards. It's not for making audits. It's not for getting this thing. You have to imbibe the spirit of sustainability, because I'll tell you one reason. Architects, I'm telling you, the people in the fraternity, architects and builders and who are involved in construction industry, we are the perpetrators of this crisis. I'm telling you, we are the primary perpetrators of this crisis. When I say it with conviction. I don't want to go into statistics. I'm telling statistics, but I should tell you that we have to put our heads down in shame, because we are the perpetrators of this crisis by using unsustainable technologies, unsustainable design, these things. We don't look at sun path, we don't look at wind path. Instead, we close everything and then talk about sustainability. No, that should not be done, because I'm telling you, sustainability probably 20 years back was a choice. It's no longer a choice, my dear friends. It's going to be mandatory for the existence. If your children want to live in a sustainable world, it has to be a sustainable world. We are losing chances. We are losing choices. And sustainability has to be very, you have to deal with deep conviction. It's not about passion. It's not about compassion. It's about losing choices, my dear friends. You don't have to, I mean, you don't have time to wait. It's about building bridges. It's about building bridges. It's about connectivities, and it's about making connections. For the young people out there, I will cut it short because time is already 1:15, 1:20 now. I'll cut it short because you're all waiting to get the awards. We have another important function to commemorate the legacy of Jaisim. But I should tell you, my dear friends, if you want to go ahead in life, the young awardee, you have to think differently. Your building should be a completely different place. It should address all these things. It should address, if you are building a church, you know, when I was very young architect, you know, these are things that determine my way. And I wish you also will have such experience in your life. When I was a school child, something strange was happening in my hometown, Tiruvalla in Kerala, where, you know, we are really talking about communal harmony at that time, and for getting small favors, getting better marks in the examination, things like we used to kneel, go to the churches, kneel before the omnipresent, omnipotent, and the omniscient, one who knows everything. And we used to go to churches. And in my, very near to my home, a round building was coming up. A round building, church, a round building. It was a treat to us because it's completely different. The building was coming up, and before I actually got resettled to another town in Trivandrum in Kerala, I actually could see the building completed. It was looking very different. You know, it was a round building with a big conical roof. You've not seen a church like that probably ever in your life. A round building with a big conical roof, huge overhang. If you really look at it, it has got semblance of Kerala's vernacular legacy of architecture, many symbols of that. And I never knew that I would become an architect much later. I never knew who built it, things like that. But when you go to a church, whenever do religious buildings, temples, churches, mosques, wherever, how do you define architecture? I'm just talking about religious building. You should feel the presence of the omniscient, one who knows everything, the omnipotent, one who is very strong, you know, and omnipresent, one who's there everywhere. If we can bring that spirit into the church interiors, the church interior which I'm talking about made me kneel before the God. Kneel before. We have to stand on our force, you know, kneel before Him, prostrate before the omnipresent. It's a church. That building made it to kneel before the omnipresent. That is the spirit of architecture. You know, all your pretensions, all your egos, that even as a school child, it used to melt away whenever I went to the church to kneel before the omnipresent, to ask for little favors. This should be the magic of, this should be the formula of architecture. If you can make that kind of a spirit, whether it's an office building, whether it's a residence, whether it's an institutional building, my dear friends, you are blessed to be in this profession. I'm telling you, after 40 years of long journeys, travails, difficulties, I've enjoyed every minute of being an architect. I'm still managing to smile. You should feel very blessed to be an architect. Each one of you, it's not about comparison. You're God's own children, my dear friends. You're God's own children. You've got a very, very onerous task of relating to the nature and creating something meaningful. Always believe that every building that you're going to build has a purpose. That purpose is if that purpose is kept, if that purpose is fulfilled, the journey is going to be mesmerizing and meaningful. With those words, I'll just limit my conversation. Thank you very much for it.
Can I request all of you to kindly rise and let's give it up with the biggest round of applause. Everybody, come on, please put your hands together. Thank you, sir. It's an honor to have you here with us today. Everyone, come on, another big round of applause. Put your hands together. Thank you. That's lovely. Ladies and gentlemen, we now come to a very special moment in today's program, the launch of Namaskara Jaisim, authored by Dr. Anand G. Nayak and dedicated to the remarkable life of architect Jaisim Krishnav sir. Now, this is just not merely a book about architecture. It's about the journey into the life, philosophy, experiences, ideas, friendships, and personality of a man who has always believed in the freedom of thought, creativity, sustainability, and the courage to challenge conviction. Now, through his conversations and interactions with architect Jaisim sir, Dr. Anand has gone beyond documenting about buildings and architectural achievements. He has attempted to capture the person behind architecture, who is a thinker, mentor, philosopher, storyteller, and a human being. For Dr. Nayak, this book is also a meaningful addition to his journey as an author, bringing together architecture, life, philosophy, and personal experiences. And every meaningful book needs a publisher who believes in its story. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now my privilege to introduce a distinguished personality from the world of literature, media, and global affairs. We have with us Ms. Mausami Kalita Sachdeva, the founder, director, and editorial head of Griffin Publications, the chief editor of The Global Eye, a contemporary news and current affairs platform. She is the author of 7 books and more than 33 anthologies. And she's also a foreign affairs expert and national television spokesperson with a distinguished presence across literature, media, and international affairs. She's done a master's in English, mass communication, and journalism and psychology. She's also done a B.Ed and IT and has cleared many certificate courses. Her contribution to literature has been recognized on several prestigious platforms. She has been twice honored by the Gujarat Sahitya Academy for her literary contributions. In December 2023, she was honored with the London Organization of Skill Development Excellence Awards 2023 as a women icon at Lord's Cricket Ground, London. In 2024, she was featured in the reputed Coffee Table magazine of London and honored at Oxford University, England, and the Houses of Parliament, London, in recognition to her contributions and achievements. With such an accomplished personality associated with the publication of Namaskara Jaisim, it gives us immense pleasure to have her with us on this very special occasion. I would now like to request, with a big round of applause, Ms. Mausami Kalita Sachdeva, the founder of Griffin Publications, to please join us here on stage and share a few words.
Thank you so much for exaggeration, or I would say a very detailed right, introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. And at first, I would expand my heartfelt wishes to all the dignitaries present here. Yes, the hero of the show today, Professor Architect Jaisim Fountainhead. He would love this name. And my wishes to all the architects here, esteemed architects who are present here to celebrate their achievement. First of all, today, my presence here is to launch a very remarkable book. Why remarkable? Because I would say Griffin Publication has created a history in publishing a book within such a short period of time. And I would congratulate Dr. Anand Ji Naik, because he suddenly comes to me and he says that I'm writing a book and I want it on this date. And I was like, are you sure? He said, yes, I want it. I need your editorial help. I need it publishing, and I need the books in Bangalore on this date. I said, okay, let's do it. And finally, we did it. And I actually, appreciate Dr. Anand for undertaking such a remarkable project. Because today, when we see the Gen Z, drawing their attention towards romance, fictions, creating reels, than documenting realities. So when we find someone documenting, real heroes, I would say this is a time we need to preserve the journeys, the life, the achievements of people who have created history, who can be inspirations to many, many aspiring youth. So this book is a must read for not only architects, because this book is not just simply a biography, or I would not say this book is a book on architecture. This book is beyond architecture. This book is a narrative journey with Professor Jaisim and our author Anand Ji Naik, and the person behind architecture, the philosophy he carries, and the ideas of a person, the kind of person he is, and that actually made this book so wonderful. And I would also extend my heartfelt thanks to Professor Architect Jaisim for allowing us to complete this book, cooperating with us, because it wouldn't have been possible if he wouldn't have cooperated with us, give us time, altogether he was with us in completing this entire publishing journey, writing and publishing. And as an editor, I'm privileged to edit this book. Truly speaking, I did not get into the depth of language because the entire book is conversational. And again, appreciate Anand, because there is no forced ornamentation in the language. We do not want ornamented language. We want real language so that you can connect, so that the young architects can connect with the kind of philosophy Anand has tried to share in this book. So on behalf of Griffin Publication, I congratulate Dr. Anand J. Nayak and also Professor Architect Jasim and his entire family. And as a CEO of Griffin Publication, I also welcome you to preserve your journey, your achievements from designs to writing, give some space to your work in books so that you would be celebrated long after we are nowhere, and you can be the examples for the Gen Zs. Thank you so much. Everybody is waiting for the grand moment, that is the book launch. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Mosmi. Well, it's now time for the grand launch. I'd like to call forward Dr. Anand and Jason sir with the biggest round of applause, everybody. I'd also like to request all our speakers to please join us on stage. We also have Jaisim sir's daughter. We'd like you to please have you on stage. And Ms. Sonia, can we please have you join us on stage? All right, everybody, we are getting up for the grand launch of Namaskar Jaisim. Well, the moment is here. Can I request everyone on stage to please take a few steps towards your right? Let's do the unveiling with a quick countdown. Yes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are all set for the grand launch. So let's do a quick countdown. Let's start from 3. And I want everybody to give the biggest round of applause and to keep cheering as loud as you can. Let's do this. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Let's open it up. Come on, everybody. Let's hear it up. Put your hands together as we unveil. And here it is, the grand launch of Namaskar Jaisim. We have with us Professor Jaisim. Thank you, sir. We are honored to have you here. And this book, well, now all of you who are in the audience, who are only taking a look at this book from quite some distance, now you can get your copy today. Now the first 100 people will get a signed copy by Professor Jaisim. That's only for today and only the first 100 copies. So yes, grab yours soon. Many congratulations to you, Dr. Anand. Ladies and gentlemen, let's all give it up another big round of applause. Please put your hands together, everyone. Going to hold you back for a quick moment. So I have 2 things to ask from you. Firstly, tell us how do you feel about this book? And secondly, a message for all the architects in house here.
First of all, I must thank Sonia, Samar, Anand, Big Up for giving me the inspiration to put together my last 6 decades in this profession. It has been wonderful listening to all the phenomenal speakers in the morning and presenting. It's a big journey. And I like what people said. In fact, I talked to the council too to say architecture you can't recognize. It's a profession beyond language and words, but disciplined by phenomenal history and culture. I'm very happy Anand have put this book together. Ashwini for helping me and putting me together. My wife for inspiring me on this. Without them, I couldn't have done anything. Achievement of the journey. I learned from a philosophy of two people during many, but one of the two people was Ayn Rand's writing of Fountainhead. Changed my way thinking. And then an interaction of a meeting with J. Krishnamurti, JK. Even now they're motioning to go back. We were in Valley School when he suddenly got up and walked. And when we walked, he said, Guruji, where are you going? You can't go that side. He just smiled, turned around. I said, why? He said, nobody has walked that way before. He said, that's why I'm going. And I've not asked you to follow me. That journey brought me to realize that there is something beyond, when I use the words, in this universe. We are into a profession that fuses the senses and the elements with history, culture, and time. There are the few words I can say. It's infinity. One of the small things, as an example, I'll tell you. There are 2 projects, maybe 3, which I will never forget, which I can't show, which I'm not allowed to show. I don't even know who the client was till I learned it was the Ministry of Defense. And I don't know. There's somebody did show me Abdul Kalam here and the great Dr. Arunachala. He said, come. I said, why? Just come. They blinded me, put me in a cabin, put me off. I said, we want you to design something which can never be discovered. He looked at me, he said, when will you give the design? I said, sir, I've already designed it. He said, what do you mean? So please turn back and look there. It was a beautiful anthill. He said, that is my design. The ant can walk up the entire hill in such speed and such timelessness, which no humans can. And it can never be discovered. And go below it is an unbelievable thing. Another range came when they said, what would you do if you designed on the moon? It was another unbelievable project, which I don't even know whether it was done or not, because they won't tell you. It's a space thing. There's many things like this which make your journeys unbelievable. And young architects are there. That is the real award. Where they come from, why they come from, I have no clue at all. The client smiles and walks in. I don't even know he's a client. I don't even know it's not the land. But the language which you must communicate, which must have words, must have letters, must have sentences, it must have a story. That is architecture. It's not just putting something on there. And then every time you do a project, your language is very illustrative and very communicative. But you don't have to worry about whom it communicates, why it communicates. I can go on the philosophy. Philosophy and spirituality is beyond and it is infinite. Thank you for this invitation. Sorry for taking your trouble. Thank you, Anand. Thank you.
Everybody, can I see everyone rise once again? Let's give it up with the biggest round of applause. Professor Architect Jaisim sir, thank you very much once again for being here. And once again, many congratulations to the entire team. So sir will be outside. So sir will be outside to give you all the signed copies. This is available only for the first 100 folks. So get your copy now. But also remember, we are going to get started with the awards now. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, today all our awardees who are present here have made meaningful contributions towards creating spaces that inspire communities, preserve our environment, and improve the quality of life. Now, when every awardee is called here on stage, we'd like all of you to give them a round of applause, as much as we love to, see some applause for ourselves, right? So please applaud as and when awardees come up on stage to collect their awards. Now, to do the honors in giving away the first set of awards, I'd like to call forward Dr. Shankar and architect Amin Nair to please come forward. Is that right? Okay. Dr. Shankar, sir. Our first awardee, ladies and gentlemen, goes to RKA Architecture, architect Rajesh K, for Outstanding and Trusted Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026, Karnataka, under Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. Please put your hands together. Let's welcome them. Well, they are also set to receive the Visionary and Innovative Architect and Designer of the Year 2026, Karnataka. Many congratulations to you, RKA Architecture. Professor Jay. Next up, can we have formations? Ms. Anirban Datta, Sutanu Bhattacharya, for leading and futuristic architecture and interior design firm of the year 2026 India under residential projects and commercial projects. They are also set to receive the visionary and creative architect and designer of the year 2026 India. Everybody, please put your hands together for formations. Many congratulations to you. The next award goes to RV College of Architecture, Bangalore. for Visionary and Leading Architecture School of the Year 2026 India under Excellent Domain Exposure, Infrastructure and Quality Administration. Please put your hands together, everyone, for RV College of Architecture, Bengaluru. The next award goes to Atika Manzar Designs. Can we please have Atika Manzar for the leading and most innovative architecture and interior design firm of the year 2026 India under hospitality projects, residential projects and commercial projects. Well, they're also set to receive the trusted and outstanding architect and designer of the year 2026. Please put your hands together, everybody, for Atika Manzar Designs. Next up, can we please have Chanakya Architects? Can we have architect R. Chanakyan for the futuristic and creative architecture and interior design firm of the year 2026 in South India under residential projects and excellent design consultancy. They're also set to receive innovative and trendsetter architect and designer of the year 2026 South India. Please put your hands together, everybody, for Chanakya Architects. Congratulations to you, Chanakya Architects. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with interest of time, I'd like to request representatives from the following of them to please come forward and assemble towards the right side. So as and when I call your name, you can quickly step on stage. Can we please have Karinavar Buildmat Private Limited, DDIR Architecture Studio, Alcoy India Private Limited, IG3 Infra Limited, Architect Rajesh Atta Studio to please come and join us here towards the right side. With a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Now let's have Karinavar Buildmat Private Limited, Architect Prakash Karinavar and Architect Shobha Karinavar for innovative and trusted architecture and interior design firm of the year 2026 in Karnataka under residential projects, commercial projects, and they're also set to receive futuristic and creative architect and designer of the year 2026 Karnataka. Let's all hear it up, everybody. Please put your hands together. Can we please have DDIR Architecture Studio, Mr. Dominic Dubey, Mr. Chetan Prakash and Ms. Diya Vora for outstanding and visionary architecture and interior design firm of the year 2026 India under residential projects and commercial projects. Well, Mr. Dominic Dubey is also set to receive outstanding and innovative architect and designer of the year 2026. Mr. Chetan Prakash and Ms. Diya Vora are set to receive the trusted and most promising architect and designer of the year 2026 India. Congratulations to you, team DDIR Architecture Studio. Can we please have Alcoy India Private Limited, Mr. Jeevan Mehta and Mr. Nitin Mehta for leading an innovative aluminum window systems company of the year 2026 India under quality products and excellent products, and they're also set to receive trusted and visionary entrepreneur of the year 2026 India. Let's all give it up with a round of applause, everybody. Alcoy India Private Limited. Next up, can we please have IG3 Infra Limited? We have Annamalai Tyagarajan and Rukmini Tyagarajan. With a round of applause, let's welcome them. This is for leading and most trusted integrated infrastructure company of the year 2026 India under information technology, hospitality and industrial hubs project. Well, they're also set to receive Visionary and Outstanding Entrepreneur of the Year 2026 India. Everybody, please put your hands together. IG3 Infra Limited. Well, next up, can we have architect Rajesh Atta Studio, Ms. Rajiv Atta and Rajesh Atta, for the leading and most innovative architecture, planning and interior design firm of the year 2026 India under premium residential projects, institutional projects and commercial projects. They're also set to receive Trusted and Visionary Architect and Designer of the Year 2026. I'd like the next set of representatives to please assemble towards the stage. Can we please have Opulence by Anchal B. Pathak, Swapna Srushti, Vogue Institute of Art and Design, Profound Engineers and Interiors, Spaces by Niharika Rajnikant, Astro Arcade. To please assemble towards the right. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Opulence by Anchal B. Pathak. We have Anchal with us for futuristic and most innovative interior design and architectural design firm of the year 2026 in North India under residential projects and commercial projects. They're also set to receive Trusted and Creative Designer of the year 2026 in North India. A round of applause, everybody. Next up, can we have Swapna Srushti, Swapna Vidyutsha and Sanita Vidyutsha for the Trusted and Outstanding Interior Design and Project Management Firm of the Year 2026 in Gujarat under residential projects, retail projects, and commercial projects. They're also set to receive Futuristic and Innovative Entrepreneur of the Year 2026 Gujarat. Do we have Swapna Srushti? Team Swapna Srushti? All right, moving ahead. Can we please have Vogue Institute of Art and Design, Dr. M.M. Karyappa, the chairman, with a round of applause. Let's welcome them. This is for the Visionary and Leading Art and Design Institute of the Year 2026 India under excellent domain exposure, infrastructure and quality administration. The next award winner, Profound Engineers and Interiors. Can we have Parimala Esmudi for the Visionary and Innovative Interior Design and Project Management Firm of the Year 2026 from South India under residential projects and commercial projects. They're also set to receive Golden Door Award for excellent consultancy in interior design domain. Please put your hands together, everybody, for Profound Engineers and Interiors. I'd like to request the next set of awardees, Spaces by Niharika Rajnikant, Astro Arcade, Kisses Landscape Consultants and Mathur & Co., Geometrics Architects and Engineers, Stripes Design Studio, Dimension 6 Designs, Ryan Ibrahim Architects Private Limited. Can I request all of you to please come and join us here on the right side? Next up, can we please have Spaces by Niharika Rajnikant? We have Ms. Niharika with us. Now they're getting the most innovative and trendsetter interior design firm of the year 2026 India under premium residential projects and commercial projects. They're also set to receive Trusted and Most Futuristic Interior Designer of the Year 2026 India. Please put your hands together, everybody, for Spaces by Niharika Rajnikant. Congratulations to you, team. Next up, can we please have Astro Arcade, Ms. Robin R. Sisodia, for Visionary and Trendsetter Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026 India under residential projects, hospitality projects and commercial projects. They're also set to receive Golden Door Award for excellent consultancy in architecture and interior design domain. Congratulations to you, team Astro Arcade. Next up, Kishit's Landscape Consultants and Mathur & Co. Can we please have Akshat Mathur to please come forward for Leading and Visionary Architecture, Planning, Landscape and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026 in North India under residential projects and commercial projects. Well, they're also set to receive Innovative and Futuristic Landscape Designer of the Year 2026 in Rajasthan. A round of applause, everybody, for Kishit's Landscape Consultants, Mathur & Co. Next up, can we please welcome Geometrics Architects and Engineers. We have Raman Nagaraja for the Outstanding and Trusted Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026 in South India under residential projects, industrial projects and commercial projects. They're also set to receive Futuristic and Innovative Architect and Designer of the Year 2026 in Karnataka. A round of applause to them, everybody. The next award goes to Stripes Design Studio, architect Vanshika Patel, for the trusted and most creative architecture and interior design firm of the year 2026 in North India under residential projects and commercial projects. They are also set to receive Futuristic and Trendsetter Architect and Interior Designer of the year 2026 North India. A round of applause for Stripes Design Studio. Congratulations to you. The next award goes to Dimension 6 Designs, Mr. Abbas Kambati, for the Futuristic and Innovative Architecture, Interior Design, Project Management Firm of the Year 2026 from Maharashtra under Residential Projects and Excellent Design Consultancy. They're also set to receive Trusted and Creative Architect and Designer of the Year 2026 Maharashtra. Please put your hands together for Dimension 6 Designs. Next up, can we please have Ryan Ibrahim Architects Private Limited, Ryan Ibrahim, Mohammad Rafiuddin, and Sahira Ryan to please come forward for Futuristic and Leading Architecture, Planning and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026, India. Do we have the team here? All right, moving ahead. Can we please have Realia Architects, Simran Kaur Malhotra, to please come forward. Please put your hands together. This is for Futuristic and Trendsetter Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026 India under Residential Projects, Hospitality Projects and Commercial Projects. They're also set to receive Trusted and Creative Architect and Designer of the Year 2026 India. Can I request the next few award winners to please assemble to the side? I&S Studio, Rig and Company, Weaving Space, AAA Design, Studio Alankar LLP, Well Drafted, Messrs. Evoke Design, and Inside Mantra Interiors LLP. Now I'd like to call forward I&S Studio, Architect V. Sugumar and Architect M. Indu for Outstanding and Most Innovative Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026 from South India under Residential Projects, Public Spaces and Commercial Projects. They are also set to receive Trusted and Creative Architect and Designer of the Year 2026 Tamil Nadu. Please put your hands together, everybody, for I&S Studio. Next up, can we please have Rig and Company Architect Prajakta Gatke for Futuristic and Innovative Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026 from Maharashtra under Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. They're also set to receive Trusted and Most Promising Architect and Designer of the Year 2026 Maharashtra. Let's all hear it up, everybody, for Rig and Company. Can we please have Waving Space, Charishma Nanda Kekada for Futuristic and Most Creative Architecture, Urban Design and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026 Karnataka under Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. They're also set to receive Trusted and Most Promising Architect and Designer of the Year 2026 Karnataka. Congratulations, Team Weaving Space. Next, can we please have AAA Design, Architect Arulan, to please come forward for Futuristic and Most Innovative Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026 in South India under Commercial Projects, Corporate Projects and Premium Residential Projects. Well, they're also set to receive Trusted and Trendsetter Architect and Designer of the Year 2026 South India. Congratulations, Team AAA Design. Now can we please have Studio Alankar LLP, Durmil Kumar and Avinav Shah to please come forward for Futuristic and Most Innovative Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026 India under Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. They're also set to receive Trusted and Creative Architect and Designer of the Year 2026 Telangana. Please put your hands together, everybody, for Studio Alankar LLP. Next up, can we please have team Well Drafted, Mr. Gurpreet Singh Guri, for Creative and Futuristic Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026 in North India under Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. They're also set to receive Outstanding and Trusted Architect and Designer of the Year, North India. A round of applause for Well Drafted. Next up, can we please have Messrs. Evoke Design, Harshada Deshmukh for Trendsetter and Futuristic Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026 Maharashtra under Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. They're also set to receive Golden Door Award for Excellent Consultancy in Interior Design domain. Next up, can we please have Inside Mantra Interiors LLP? Can we please have Mr. Ram Kambapati to please come forward for the most futuristic and innovative interior design and architectural design firm of the year 2026, South India, under Residential Projects, Commercial Projects. Well, they're also set to receive Golden Door Award for Excellent Consultancy in Interior Design domain. Please put your hands together, everybody, for Inside Mantra Interiors LLP. Gentlemen, thank you very much for doing the honors. Requesting both of you to please be seated. Thank you, sir. To present the next set of awards, I'd like to call forward Dr. Oscar, and I'd also like to call forward Architect Amin Nair to please come forward. Dr. Oscar, sir, please come forward. Everybody, let's welcome them with a round of applause. Please put your hands together. Next up, can we have RTS Interior Products Limited? Can we please have Mr. Vivek Abhilash Sharma and Bhavna Sharma to please come forward for the Best and Futuristic Wood Engineering and Technology Company of the Year 2026 India under Residential Projects, Hospitality Projects and Commercial Projects. Well, they're also set to receive Visionary and Innovative Entrepreneur of the Year 2026 India. A round of applause, everybody, for Team RTS Interior Products Limited. The next award goes to Design Altre Horizonte. Can we please have Yogita Harain Murthy and Harain Murthy to please come forward for Visionary and Most Innovative Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026 India. This is under Hospitality Projects and Residential Projects. They're also set to receive Outstanding and Trusted Designer and Entrepreneur of the Year 2026 India. Please put your hands together, everybody, for Design Altre Horizonte. To call forward our next set of awardees to please come and assemble towards the right of the stage here. Balan Interiors, Voga Design Forces LLP, Wellcraft Spaces, Studio Across, Contech Architects, Trida Sushant, Varape Design Alliance, Eco Mini Studio, Tropical Manifesto, Visista Architects, Urban Eminence, Zen Space Architects and Interiors to please assemble. Well, now I'd like to call forward Balan Interiors, Mahesh Vasudevan and Preeti to please come forward for Outstanding and Innovative Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026 South India under Commercial Projects and Residential Projects. They're also set to receive Trusted and Futuristic Entrepreneur and Designer of the Year 2026 South India. A round of applause, everybody, for Balan Interiors. Up, Voga Design Forces LLP. Can we please have Samir Gauri for the Most Innovative and Trendsetter Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026 Telangana under Residential Projects, Hospitality Projects and Commercial Projects. They're also set to receive Trusted and Futuristic Entrepreneur and Designer of the Year 2026 Telangana. Let's all give it up with a round of applause, everybody. award goes to Wellcraft Spaces. Can we please have Shivali Kalra for the Trusted and Futuristic Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026 Karnataka under residential projects and commercial projects. They're also set to receive Outstanding and Innovative Interior Designer of the Year 2026 Karnataka. Everyone, a round of applause to Wellcraft Spaces. Next up, can we please have Studio Access? Can we have Architect Manav Patel and Architect Darshti Kotari to please come forward? This is for the Trusted and Creative Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026, Gujarat, under residential projects and commercial projects. They're also set to receive Golden Door Award for Excellent Consultancy in Architecture and Interior Design domain. The next award goes to Contech Architects. Can we please have Engineer Mohammad Riaz TK and Riza Riaz for the Trusted and Most Innovative Interior Design and Architectural Design Firm of the Year 2026. Do we have the both of them? Contech Architects. Well, many congratulations to you. Next up, can we please have Trida Sushant Varape Design Alliance, Architect Sushant Varape to please come forward for Futuristic and Most Innovative Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026 Maharashtra. Under residential projects, hospitality projects, commercial projects, well, they're also set to receive the Golden Door Award for Excellent Consultancy in Architecture and Interior Design domain. Everyone, please put your hands together for them. It's Alpo. Yeah, thank you. Next up, can we please have Eco Mini Studio, Architect Srikanth Venkatesh for the Most Innovative and Trusted Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026 Karnataka under residential projects and commercial projects. They're also set to receive the Golden Door Award for Excellent Consultancy in Architecture and Interior Design domain. Let's keep the applause coming in. Everybody put your hands together. Can we please have Tropical Manifesto, Architect Gansham RS for Futuristic and Trusted Architect and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026 India. Do we have any representative from Tropical Manifesto? Next up, can we please have Visista Architects? Can we have Vinay N. Krishnaya to please come forward for the Trusted and Most Creative Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026 Karnataka. Let's all put our hands together, everybody. This is under residential projects and commercial projects. They're also set to receive Golden Door Award for Excellent Consultancy in Architecture and Interior Design domain. Congratulations to your team, Vishista Architects. The next award goes to Urban Eminence. Can we please have Architect Manthan Bandari and Architect Geeta Ahir for Futuristic and Trendsetter Architecture Planning and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026 India under residential projects and commercial projects. They're also set to receive Trusted and Creative Architect and Designer of the Year 2026 India. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to Urban Eminence. The next award goes to Zen Space Architects and Interior Designers, Architect Zeel Shah Jasani to please come forward. This is for Futuristic and Creative Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026 in Maharashtra under residential projects and commercial projects. They're also set to receive Trusted and Most Promising Architect and Designer of the Year 2026 Maharashtra. A round of applause, everybody, to Team Zen Space. Congratulations to you. Next up, can we please have Studio Rim? Studio Rim. Rishita and Meghana Balusu to please come forward. This is for Promising and Innovative Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026 in Tamil Nadu under residential projects, hospitality projects, and commercial projects. I stand corrected. This is for the promising and innovative architecture and interior design firm of the year 2026 from Telangana. They're also set to receive trusted and rising architect and designer of the year 2026 Telangana. Congratulations to your team. Ladies and gentlemen, let's all put our hands together for Studio Rim. I'd like to request our next set of awardees to please come assemble on the side. Can we have Spleens and Lines Studio, Carbon Craft Design, Switch Design Studio, Anindita Chakravarti, Thousand Island Hotels and Resorts, Stonelay Interiors, Raj Wood Art Interiors to please come and assemble. Firstly, now can I call forward Spleens and Lines Studio architect Mahima Murli for innovative and trusted architecture and interior design firm of the year 2026. Do we have any representative from Spleens and Lines? All right, next up, can we have Carbon Craft Design Private Limited, Tejas Mallikarjun Sindel, for futuristic and innovative material innovation company of the year 2026. All right, we have them here. Everybody please put your hands together. This is under innovative products and manufacturing. Well, they're also set to receive trusted and visionary entrepreneur of the year 2026 India. Congratulations to you, Team Carbon Craft Design. Next up, can we have Switch Design Studio, G.S. Ravichandra and T. Shravani to please come forward for creative and futuristic architectural design and interior design firm of the year 2026, Telangana, under residential projects, quality design consultancy. Well, they're also set to receive trusted and promising designer of the year 2026, Telangana. A round of applause, everybody. Please put your hands together for Switch Design Studio. Next up, can we have Ms. Anindita Chakravarti to please come forward? This is for the futuristic and creative interior designer of the year 2026 under residential projects and commercial projects. Everybody come on, let's keep applauding for all our award winners. Put your hands together. The next award goes to Thousand Islands Hotels and Resorts Private Limited for their outstanding and innovative luxury nature retreat of the year 2026 India under design architecture centric hotel. Do we have the team here? All right, moving on. Can we please have Stonelay Interior Soumya Nyam to please come forward for trendsetter and trusted interior design firm of the year 2026 Karnataka under residential projects and quality design consultancy. They're also set to receive futuristic and creative interior design of the year 2026 Karnataka. A round of applause, everybody. Please put your hands together for Stonelay Interiors. The next award goes to Raj Wood Art Interior Limited. Can we please have Sumit Arora? This for the best and most trusted interior fit out company of the year 2026 India under commercial projects, hospitality projects, workplace design. They're also set to receive top 25 interior designers defining next generation living spaces. Congratulations to your team, Raj Wood Art Interiors. Round of applause, everybody. I'd like to request the next set of awardees to please assemble on the side. Can we have Ken's Builders and Developers, Interiorly Yours by Neha, Design Harvest Interior Studio, Nibav Lifts. Can we have Craftsmade, Prayosha Architects, Panchatattva Architects, Varalakshmi Interiors, Yavi Homes, and Nityam Designs to please assemble on the side. Now I'd like to call our next award winner, Ken's Builders and Developers, Mohammad Rafiq TK, to please come forward for the futuristic and trendsetter interior design, architectural design and construction firm of the year 2026 Kerala under residential projects and excellent design consultancy. They're also set to receive Trusted and Most Promising Entrepreneur and Designer of the Year 2026 Kerala. A round of applause to the team, please. Next up, can we please have Interiorly Yours by Neha Singh for Creative and Trendsetter Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026, India, under Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. Trusted and Futuristic Interior Design of the Year 2026. Let's all put our hands together, everybody, for Interiorly Yours by Neha. The next award winner is Design Harvest Interior Studio Private Limited. Can we please have Divyashree for the Creative and Trusted Interior Design and Architectural Design Firm of the Year 2026, Tamil Nadu, under Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. They're also set to receive Innovative and Most Promising Designer of the Year 2026, Tamil Nadu. Please put your hands together, everyone. Next up, can we please have Nibab Lifts for the world's most stylish home elevator brand. Ladies and gentlemen, let's all put our hands together for Nibab Lifts. The next award goes to Craftsmed. Can we please have Malisha and Bipin for Innovative and Most Promising Interior Design and Furniture Design Firm of the Year 2026, Gujarat, under Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. They're also set to receive Trusted and Creative Entrepreneur and Designer of the Year 2026, Gujarat. Everybody, come on, put your hands together. Thank you. The next award winner, can we have Prayusha Architects, Architect Abhishek Davi for the Trusted and Innovative Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026, Gujarat, under Residential Projects, Commercial Projects. They're also set to receive Futuristic and Creative Architect and Designer of the Year 2026, Gujarat. Architects, Architect Meghana and Architect Anirudh for the Innovative and Most Promising Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026, Karnataka, under Residential Projects, Hospitality Projects, Commercial Projects. They're also set to receive Top 25 Trusted and Rising Architect and Interior Designer of the Year 2026, India. Please put your hands together, everybody, for Panchatattva Architects. The next award goes to Varalakshmi Interiors. Can we please have Siriveri Lakshmi Kant for Outstanding and Trusted Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026. From South India, this is under Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. They're also set to receive Innovative and Futuristic Entrepreneur of the Year 2026, South India. Congratulations to your team, Varalakshmi Interiors. The next award goes to Yavi Home, Sonali Prasad, for Trendsetter and Innovative Interior Design and Interior Styling Firm of the Year 2026, India, under Design and Decor. They're also set to receive Creative and Futuristic Interior Stylist and Design Influencer of the Year 2026. Please put your hands together, everybody. Goes to Nitham Designs. Can we please have Architect Sujata Meenakshi for Innovative and Promising Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026, Tamil Nadu, under Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. They're also set to receive top 25 trusted and rising architect and interior designer of the year 2026 Tamil Nadu. Amit sir, thank you. Please be seated. Oscar sir would like you to please wait back on stage. Please wait back on stage. I'd like to request Professor Mahesh to please join Dr. Oscar on stage. Thank you. We'll move on with the next set of awardees, but before that, I'd like to call a few of you to join here on the side so that we can get you all on stage quickly. Can we please have Fictive Architects, K&D Architects and Interiors, Pink Coyote Design Studio, Shade Design Studio, Fantasy Architects, The Spot Design, Castle Cubs, Studio Little Ants, Studio Kalateet, Spot Consultants, and Kuro Designs to please assemble on the right. Next up, can we please have Fictive Architects, Architect Gopi Kannan for the Trusted and Creative Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026 Tamil Nadu under Residential Projects, Commercial Projects and Sustainable Design Approach. They're also set to receive the Golden Door Award for Excellent Consultancy in Architecture and Interior Design domain. Everyone, please put your hands together for Fictive Architects. The next award goes to K&D Architects and Interiors. Can we have Architect Tejas Kenny for Trusted and Creative Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026 Maharashtra under Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. They're also set to receive the Golden Door Award for Excellent Consultancy in Architecture and Interior Design domain. A round of applause everybody for K&D Architects and Interiors. The next award goes to Pink Coyote Design Studio. Can we have Shivani Joshi to please come forward for Futuristic and Trendsetter Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026 Gujarat under Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. They're also set to receive the Golden Door Award for Excellent Consultancy in Architecture and Interior Design domain. Please put your hands together everybody for Pink Coyote Design Studio. Congratulations to you. Next up, can we please have Shade Design Studio, Architect Darshan Bigala for Trusted and Creative Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026 Maharashtra under Residential Projects, Commercial Projects. They're also set to receive the Golden Door Award for Excellent Consultancy in Architecture and Interior Design domain. Congratulations to you, Shade Design Studio. A round of applause to them. Our next awardee, can we have Fantasy Architects, Architect Vail Murugan and Architect Vaishnavi to please come forward for Innovative and Most Promising Architecture, Interior Design and Construction Firm of the Year 2026 Tamil Nadu under Residential Projects, and they're also set to receive Golden Door Award for Excellent Consultancy in Architecture and Interior Design domain. Please put your hands together everybody for Fantasy Architects. The next award goes to the Spot Design. Can we please have Ruchi Chandak and Nisha Patel for Innovative and Most Promising Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026 Gujarat under Residential Projects, Quality Design Consultancy. They're also set to receive Top 25 Trusted and Rising Interior Designers Defining the Next Generation Spaces. Please put your hands together everybody for the Spot Design. Next up, can we please have Castle Cubs? Can we have Tari Satya Sandeep Reddy to come forward for Innovative and Most Promising Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026 South India. This is under Residential Projects, Commercial Projects and Heritage Conservation Projects. They're also set to receive Golden Door Award for Excellent Consultancy in Architecture and Interior Design domain. Many congratulations to you. Next up, can we have Studio Little Ants? Gerald Aswin to please come forward. This is for the Promising and Innovative Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026 in Tamil Nadu under Residential Projects. They're also set to receive Trusted and Rising Architecture Designer of the Year 2026 Tamil Nadu. Congratulations to you, Team Studio Little Ants. The next award goes to Studio Kalateet, Architect Ayushi Raval for the trusted and most creative architecture and interior design firm of the year 2026 North India under residential projects and commercial projects. Now they're also set to receive innovative and promising architect and interior designer of the year 2026 Rajasthan. A round of applause everybody to Studio Karateed. The next award goes to Spot Consultants. Can we have architect Sanjana Sanjeev Bosale for outstanding and innovative architecture, interior design and project management firm of the year 2026 Maharashtra under residential projects, commercial projects, and they're also set to receive futuristic and promising architect and interior designer of the year 2026 Maharashtra. Everybody come on, a round of applause, put your hands together. Can we please have Kuro Designs, architect Komal Agarwal and architect Dinesh Patiwara to please come forward for innovative and most promising architecture and interior design firm of the year 2026 in Telangana under residential projects and commercial projects. They're also recognized for the top. They're also set to receive the top 25 rising architect and interior designers defining next generation spaces. Many congratulations to your team, Kuro Designs. The next award goes to Surbi Studios, Sai Kumar Surbi, to please come forward for the innovative and promising architecture and interior design firm of the year 2026 Telangana under residential projects and commercial projects. They're also set to receive the top 25 trusted and rising interior designers defining next generation spaces. Do we have the team here? Surbi Studios. All right, here they are. Give them a round of applause, everybody. Much for doing the honors. Please be seated. Sir, please wait back, sir. Oscar, sir, we request you to wait back. I'm not letting you go already. Okay. So, Ms. Shailja, can we please have you join us on stage to give away the next set of awards? I'd like to, in the meantime, request the next set of awardees to please assemble on the sides. 28 architects, Mr. Curve Studio, Arc and Arch Architects and Associates, Valum Ode Studio, Bla Designs, Tavishi Architects, Tusya Architects, Jiza Architects, Raya Architects Coimbatore, BSA Design Studio, IKEA Architects, Akar Interiors, SB Design Studios to please assemble on the side. Can we please have 28 architects, Abhishek Rahate and Salil Savarkar to please come forward for most innovative and trusted architecture, planning and interior design firm of the year 2026 Maharashtra under residential projects, hospitality projects and commercial projects. They are set to receive top 25 creating promising architect and interior designers defining next generation spaces. A round of applause everybody. Let's all put our hands together for 28 architects. Come on everybody, you all can clap louder than that. Yes, superb. The next award goes to Mr. Curve Studio Hitesh Busetti for trendsetter and trusted architectural design and interior design firm of the year 2026 South India under residential projects and commercial projects. They're also set to receive futuristic and innovative designer of the year 2026 Telangana. Congratulations, Mr. Curve Studio. Next up, Arc and Arch Architects and Associates. Can we have architect Ashwit and architect Pradeepa for the most promising and creative architecture and interior design firm of the year 2026 in Tamil Nadu under residential projects and quality design consultancy. They're also set to receive top 25 trusted and rising architect and interior designer defining the next generation spaces. Congratulations to your team. The next award goes to Valumo Day Studio, architect Kunal Sharma for Trusted and Creative Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026 North India. Under Residential Projects, Excellent Design Consultancy. They're also set to receive Futuristic and Innovative Architect and Designer of the Year 2026 North India. Congratulations, Team Balumo Day Studio. Please put your hands together, everyone. Can we please have Bla Designs, Avinash Bepurana to please come forward for Innovative and Futuristic Architecture Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026 Karnataka. Under Residential Projects, Excellent Design Consultancy. They are also set to receive Trusted and Creative Architects and Designer of the Year 2026 Karnataka. A round of applause everybody for Bla Designs. Dr. Oscar, thank you very much for being here. Amin sir, can we please have you back on stage? The next award winner, ladies and gentlemen, goes to Tavishi Architects, Architect Mithur Patel and Interior Designer Vishwa Parekh, for the most innovative and promising architecture interior design firm of the year 2026 in Gujarat. Under Residential Projects and Excellent Design Consultancy, they're also set to receive Trusted and Rising Architect and Designer of the Year 2026 Gujarat. Please put your hands together, everybody, for the team. The next award going to Tusya Architects, Architect Chintesh Bardoliwala, for Outstanding and Innovative Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026 Gujarat. Under Residential Projects and Commercial Projects, they're also set to receive Creative and Futuristic Architect and Designer of the Year 2026 Gujarat. Please put your hands together, everybody, for Tusya Architects. Next up, can we please have Jiza Architects, Architect Hajira Afrin and Engineer Zaid Zafir. This is for Futuristic and Creative Architecture, Project Management and Interior Designer Firm of the Year 2026 Tamil Nadu. Under Residential Projects and Commercial Projects, they are also set to receive Trusted and Promising Designer of the Year 2026 Tamil Nadu. Congratulations to you, Team Jiza Architects. The next award goes to Raya Architects Coimbatore. Can we please have Aarti Shri Vijay Bhaskaran to please come forward for Futuristic and Trusted Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026 Tamil Nadu. Under Residential Projects, they are also set to receive Golden Door Award for Excellent Consultancy in Architecture and Interior Design domain. Congratulations. Let's all hear it up, everybody. Please put your hands together for Raya Architects Coimbatore. The next awardee, can we have VSA Design Studio Architect Vaishnavi Shinde for Innovative and Most Promising Architecture Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026 Maharashtra. Under Residential Projects and Excellent Design Consultancy, they're also set to receive Trusted and Rising Architect and Designer of the Year 2026 Maharashtra. Everybody, a round of applause. Let's all hear it up. The next award goes to IKEA Architects. Can we please have Ranjani N and Vashist BN for the Trusted and Futuristic Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026 Karnataka. Under Residential Projects and Excellent Design Consultancy, they're also set to receive Innovative and Most Promising Architect and Designer of the Year 2026 Karnataka. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause. Let's all put our hands together for IKEA Architects. Congratulations to your team. Next up, can we have Akar Interiors, Utsavi Desai for the Most Promising and Creative Interior Designer Firm of the Year 2026 Gujarat. Under Residential Projects and Commercial Projects, they're also set to receive Trusted and Rising Interior Designer of the Year 2026 Gujarat. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Akar Interiors. The next award award winner, SB Design Studio architect Surbhi Bhatia for innovative and most promising architecture and interior design firm of the year 2026 North India under residential projects and commercial projects. They're also set to receive Trusted and Creative Architect and Designer of the Year 2026 in North India. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for SB Design Studio. I'd like to request the next set of awardees to please assemble on the right of the stage. Wave Arch Designers and Planners, Raw Architecture and Designs. Prastan Architects, AB Architects and Planners. Dan Design Studio, Office for Design Consultancy, Panjin Architects, Spar Architects, Insane Studios, Fabric Architecture, Architecture, TA.do, and Vivastu Interiors to please assemble. Next up, can we please have Wave Arch Designers and Planners, Ms. Anjali V. Kadam for Futuristic and Trusted Architecture Planning and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026, Maharashtra under Excellent Design Consultancy. They're also set to receive Outstanding and Creative Architect and Designer of the Year 2026 Maharashtra. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Wave Arch Designers and Planners. Amin sir, thank you very much for doing the honors. Can I request Ajay sir to please join us on stage to give away the next set of awards? The next award winner, ladies and gentlemen, is Raw Architecture and Designs architect Rajesh Ramesh for innovative and most promising architecture and interior design firm of the year 2026 Tamil Nadu under residential projects and commercial projects. They're also set to receive the Trusted and Creative Architect and Designer of the Year 2026 Tamil Nadu. Many congratulations to you, Team Raw Architecture and Designs. Can we next have Prastan Architects, architect Yash Shah for innovative and most promising architecture and interior design firm of the year 2026 Gujarat under residential projects, excellent design consultancy, and they're also set to receive 30 under 30 rising and trusted architect and designer of the year 2026 India. Congratulations team Prastan Architects. Next up, can we please have AB Architects and Planners Abhishek Baidwal for futuristic and creative architecture and interior design firm of the year 2026 North India under residential projects and commercial projects. They're also set to receive Trusted and Promising Architect and Designer of the Year 2026 North India. Many congratulations to you, team AB Architects and Planners. Next up, can we have Dan Design Studio, Mr. Darren M, for futuristic and trendsetter interior design and architectural design firm of the year 2026. Alright, so this goes to Dan Design Studio, Ms. Darren M, for futuristic and trendsetter interior design and architectural design firm of the year 2026 South India under residential projects and excellent design consultancy. They're also set to receive Trusted and Innovative Designer of the Year 2026 South India. Many congratulations to you, Ms. Darren. Next, can we have Office for Design Consultancy, architect Sukhwinder Singh and architect Vishesh Minocha for futuristic and innovative architecture and interior design firm of the year 2026 North India. Do we have the team here? Next up, can we have Panjin Architects, architect Aditya Srijay for innovative and promising architecture and interior design firm of the year 2026 Tamil Nadu under residential projects and commercial projects. They're also set to receive Trusted and Rising Architect and Interior Designer of the Year 2026 Tamil Nadu. Ladies and gentlemen, let's keep the applause coming in to all our award winners. Congratulations, Team Panjin Architects. Next up, can we have Studio Rim, Rishita and Meg. Sorry about that. Next up, can we have Spar Architects, architect Shubham and architect Akshay Raikar for Trusted and Futuristic Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026 Maharashtra under Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. They're also set to receive Trusted and Creative Architect and Designer of the Year 2026 Maharashtra. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. Please put your hands together for Spar Architects. Ma'am, thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for doing the honors, both of you. To present the next set of awards, I'd like to call forward Dr. Anand Naik and Dr. Shankar to please come forward. The next set of awardees, please assemble on the side. Insane Studios, 4 Bricks Architecture, Architecture TA.do, Vivastu Interiors, House of Naya, Skamba, APG Construction, Care Interiors, V Arch Developers, JPR Construction and Architect, Ein Arc Interior Systems, Kalabhairava Interiors, Arc and Angle Designs, Radiant Interiors, D's Radiant Interiors to please assemble on the side. Next up, can we have Insane Studios, Vinod and Jayashree to please come forward for Innovative and Most Promising Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026 from Tamil Nadu under Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. They're also set to receive Trusted and Creative Architect and Designer of the Year 2026 Tamil Nadu. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to Insane Studios. Now can we please have 4 Brick Architecture, Kamraj Pandian MK and Ms. Bharti Avantika V to please come forward for Creative and Most Promising Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026 Tamil Nadu under Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. They're also set to receive Top 25 Trusted and Rising Architect and Designer of the Year 2026 India. Congratulations team 4 Brick Architecture. The next award goes to Architecture TA.do. Can we please have Saurabh R for Trusted and Innovative Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026 from Karnataka under Residential Projects and Excellent Design Consultancy. They're also set to receive Futuristic and Creative Architect and Designer of the Year 2026 Karnataka. Congratulations team. Everybody please put your hands together. The next award goes to Vivastu Interior. Can we please have Vaishali Kodak for Futuristic and Promising Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026 Maharashtra under Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. They're also set to receive Golden Door Award for Excellent Consultancy in Interior Design Domain. Congratulations to you team Vivastu Interiors. Next up, can we have House of Naya? Can we have Shubham Tibrewala for Trendsetter and Creative Furniture and Interior Styling Firm of the Year 2026 India under Excellent Design Consultancy. They're also set to receive Futuristic and Promising Entrepreneur and Designer of the Year 2026 Karnataka. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for House of Naya. Next up, can we have Skamba, Bharat, Lakshmesh and Namrata N for the Trusted and Most Futuristic Architectural Design and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026 Karnataka under Residential Projects and Quality Consultancy. They're also set to receive Innovative and Most Promising Designer of the Year 2026 Karnataka. Alright, we're left with a few awards. Now, those of you who are in the room, I know you're all going to come up on stage and receive the award. I want all of you to give the rest of them a round of applause. Come on, last few awards, you have to do this. I only see these 4 speakers here constantly applauding for everyone. Give them a round of applause, everybody, firstly. Well done, guys. I really love what you're doing. Rest of you all, let's do this. Okay, so next up, can we have APG Construction, Amit Gongare for Trusted and Creative Construction and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026 Maharashtra under Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. They're also set to receive Promising and Futuristic Entrepreneur of the Year 2026 Maharashtra. Congratulations team APG Construction. next award goes to Care Interiors. Can we have Mr. Madhusudan Garige for Trusted and Innovative Interior Design and Project Management Firm of the Year 2026 Telangana under Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. They're also set to receive Futuristic and Creative Entrepreneur of the Year 2026 Telangana. Congratulations, Team Care Interiors. Next up, can we have VARC Developers, Linson Jolly, for Outstanding and Trusted Construction and Design Firm of the Year 2026 Kerala under Residential Projects and Excellent Consultancy. They're also set to receive Futuristic and Innovative Entrepreneur of the Year 2026 Kerala. Ladies and gentlemen, let's all hear it up for VARC Developers. The next award goes to JPR Construction and Architect. Can we have Engineer Rajesh Jayabalan for Trusted and Promising Construction and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026 Tamil Nadu under Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. They're also set to receive Innovative and Rising Entrepreneur of the Year 2026 Tamil Nadu. A round of applause everybody for JPR Construction and Architect. Next up, can we please have Iron Arc Interior System, Jiffin MJ, to please come forward for Futuristic and Leading Interior Fit Out and Contracting Company of the Year 2026 India under Commercial and Corporate Projects. They're also set to receive Trusted and Outstanding Entrepreneur of the Year 2026 India. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Iron Arc Interior Systems. Next up, can we have Kala Bhairava Interior, Mr. Akash Gowda, for Promising and Creative Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026 Karnataka and our Residential Projects Excellent Design Consultancy. They're also set to receive Trusted and Rising Entrepreneur and Designer of the Year 2026 Karnataka. Ladies and gentlemen, Kala Bhairava Interior. Can we please have Arkan Angel Designs, Prachi Champanikar and Harsh Kalnekar to please come forward for Creative and Futuristic Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026 Gujarat under Residential Projects Excellent Design Consultancy. They're also set to receive Top 25 Trusted and Promising Interior Designer of the Year, India. We have with us Prachi Champanerkar and Harsh Kalanekar from Arc and Angle Designs. A round of applause everybody once again. Next up we have Radiant Interiors, Ruchi Visaragi, for Trusted and Innovative Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026 from West Bengal under Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. They're also set to receive Creative and Futuristic Entrepreneur and Interior Designer of the Year 2026 West Bengal. Congratulations, Team Radiant Interiors. The next award goes to D's Radiant Interiors. Can we please have Davenia S. Raptap to please come forward for Promising and Creating Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026 India under Residential Projects and Excellent Design Consultancy. They're also set to receive Trusted and Rising Interior Designer of the Year 2026 India. Congratulations, team, these Radiant Interiors. I'd like to request the last set of awardees to please come assemble towards the right. Balos Interiors. Thank you, gentlemen. Ajay sir and Mahesh sir to please join us back on stage. So we are having different combinations, you see, so let's get you back on stage. Sir, yes, sir, you please. Yes. In the meantime, can we please have Valos Interiors, Meraki by Shravani, Benchmark, Elite Elevators, P-Dot Studio, Perspective Design Studio, Brick Impressions Studio, Stapatya Saransh, D Mystery Interiors. Team Valos Interiors, Baljit Kaur and Anay Deshpande. For Futuristic and Creative Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026, Karnataka Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. They're also set to receive Trusted and Innovative Entrepreneur and Designer of the Year 2026, Karnataka. Congratulations, Team Valos Interiors. The next award goes to Meraki by Shravani. Shravani Gokaraj to please come forward. Meraki by Shravani. Shravani Gokaraju for Innovative and Most Promising Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026, Telangana, under Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. They're also set to receive Top 25 Trusted and Interior Designers of the Year 2026, India. The next award goes to Benchmark, and we have Sony PG for Trusted and Outstanding Project Management Consultancy and Construction Management Firm of the Year 2026, South India, under Commercial Projects and Excellent Consultancy. They're also set to receive Futuristic and Innovative Entrepreneur of the Year 2026, Kerala. Congratulations, Team Benchmark. A round of applause to them, everybody. Congratulations to your team once again. Can we now have Elite Elevators, Architects' #1 choice for home elevators? A round of applause, everybody. Congratulations, Team Elite Elevators. The next award goes to P. Studio. Guru Sai Pavan to please come forward for Trusted and Most Promising Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026, Telangana, under Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. They're also set to receive Creative and Rising Architect and Designer of the Year 2026, Telangana. Congratulations, Team P. Studio. A round of applause to them, everyone. The next award goes to Perspective Design Studio. Jairam and Sumit Bang to please come forward for Innovative and Rising Interior Design and Project Management Firm of the Year 2026 from Telangana, under Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. They're also set to receive Trusted and Promising Entrepreneur and Designer of the Year 2026, Telangana. Many congratulations to you. The next award goes to Brick Impressions. Can we please have Surya Paramanandam for Innovative and Rising Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026, Tamil Nadu, under Commercial Projects and Residential Projects. They're also set to receive Trusted and Promising Architect and Designer of the Year 2026, Tamil Nadu. Congratulations, Team Brick Impressions. The next award goes to Studio Sthapatya Saransh. Architect Shankar Reddy to please come forward for Trendsetter and Creative Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026, Andhra Pradesh, under Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. They're also set to receive Golden Door Award for Excellent Consultancy in Architecture and Interior Design domain. Congratulations, Studio Sthapatya Saransh. And can we now have D Mistry Interiors? Can we have interior designer Drashti Mistry to please come forward for Promising and Innovative Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026, Gujarat, under Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. They're also set to receive Trusted and Rising Interior Designer of the Year 2026, Gujarat. Do we have Ryan Ibrahim Architects? Ryan Ibrahim Architects? Do we have Contact Architects? Contact Architects? Tropical Manifesto? Calling out once again, Tropical Manifesto. Spleens and Lines? Spleens and Lines. Thousand Island Hotels and Resorts? That's about it. Thank you very much, gentlemen. And to those of you who are in the hall, many congratulations to all the award winners. Thank you very much. Well, now to those of you all who are joining us online, many congratulations to all of the awardees. First up, congratulations Space Design Atelier, architect Suvarna Agarwal, for futuristic and innovative architecture and interior design firm of the year 2026 India under residential projects, commercial projects and hospitality projects. They're also set to receive Golden Door Award for excellent consultancy in architecture and interior design domain. Congratulations, Space Design Atelier. Congratulations, Chalk Studio Design Private Limited, Ms. Priyanka Singh, for trendsetter and innovative interior design firm of the year 2026 North India under premium residential projects, commercial projects and hospitality projects. They're also set to receive the Golden Door Award for excellent consultancy in interior design domain. Congratulations, Chalk Studio Design Private Limited. Congratulations, Srishti Talwar Design, Mr. Sri Talwar, for the most creative and promising interior design firm of the year 2026 Maharashtra under residential projects and commercial projects. They're also set to receive the Golden Door Award for excellent consultancy in architecture and interior design domain. Congratulations, Srishti Talwar Design. Congratulations, D. Misty Interiors, interior designer, Drasti Mystery, for promising and innovative interior design firm of the year 2026 Gujarat under residential projects and commercial projects. They're also set to receive Trusted and Rising Interior Designer of the Year 2026 Gujarat. Congratulations, D. Misty Interiors. Congratulations, Studio Kaha, Kenil Doshi and Hem Pandya Doshi, for futuristic and promising architecture and interior design firm of the year 2026 Gujarat under residential projects and quality design consultancy. They're also set to receive Trusted and Rising Architect and Designer of the Year 2026 Gujarat. Congratulations, Studio Kaha. Congratulations, Elegance Interiors Limited, Samir Pakwasa, for leading and most innovative interior design and build firm of the year 2026 India under corporate and commercial projects. They're also set to receive Trusted and Visionary Entrepreneur of the Year 2026 India. Congratulations, Elegance Interiors Limited. Congratulations, R&T Designs, Tapas Mandal and Rashmi Mandal, for the most creative and futuristic interior design, architectural design and project execution firm of the year 2026 North India under residential projects, hospitality projects and commercial projects. They're also set to receive Golden Door Award for excellent consultancy in architectural design and interior design domain. Congratulations, R&T Designs. Congratulations, Advani and Associates, Architect Srinath Advani and Architect Deepa Advani, for outstanding and visionary architecture and interior design firm of the year 2026 South India under premium residential projects, institutional projects and commercial projects. They're also set to receive the most innovative and trusted architect and designer of the year 2026 Karnataka. Congratulations, Advani and Associates. Congratulations, Regal Designs, Architect Rushabh Modi, for creative and most promising architecture and interior design firm of the year 2026 Gujarat under residential projects and quality service. They're also set to receive Trusted and Rising Architect and Designer of the Year 2026 Maharashtra. Congratulations, Regal Designs. Congratulations, Design Architects, Architect Shahir Tungekar, for trusted and creative architecture and planning interior design firm of the year 2026 Maharashtra under institutional projects, residential projects and commercial projects. They're also set to receive Golden Door Award for excellent consultancy in architecture and interior design domain. Congratulations, Design Architects. Congratulations, Kosha Interiors, Nishita Yogesh and Ajita Reddy, for visionary and trendsetter interior design firm of the year 2026 Telangana under premium residential projects. They're also set to receive Trusted and Leading Designer and Entrepreneur of the Year 2026 India. Congratulations, Kosha Interiors. Congratulations, UNI Spaces, Bhavna Ranshinkar, for futuristic and creative interior design firm of the year 2026 Maharashtra under residential projects and commercial projects. They're also set to receive trusted and innovative interior designer of the year 2026 Maharashtra. Congratulations, UNI Spaces. Congratulations, NM Designs, Neil Varnekar and Madhuri Gulabani, for innovative and trusted architecture interior design firm of the year 2026 Karnataka under residential projects and commercial projects. They're also set to receive creative and futuristic designer of the year 2026 Karnataka. Congratulations, NM Designs. Congratulations, Pure Cube Design Studio, Ankur Saraf, for innovative and futuristic architectural design and interior design firm of the year 2026 South India under residential projects and commercial projects. They're also set to receive trusted and outstanding designer of the year 2026 Telangana. Congratulations, Pure Cube Design Studio. Congratulations, Studio SP, Sandesh Patil, for trendsetter and promising interior design firm of the year 2026 Maharashtra under residential projects and commercial projects. They're also set to receive trusted and creative interior designer of the year 2026 Maharashtra. Congratulations, Studio SP. Congratulations, Savvy Architects and Interior Designers, Architect Ashish Balkrishna Seth, for the most innovative and outstanding architecture and interior design firm of the year 2026 Maharashtra under sustainable design approach. They're also set to receive creative and most trusted architect and designer of the year 2026 Maharashtra. Congratulations, Savvy Architects and Interior Designers. Congratulations, InSync Studios, Architect Aditya Godke and Architect Isha Rajive, for innovative and most promising architecture and interior designer firm of the year 2026 Maharashtra under residential projects and commercial projects. They're also set to receive trusted and rising architect and designer of the year 2026 Maharashtra. Congratulations, InSync Studios. Congratulations, Shia George Studio, Shia George, for futuristic and trendsetter interior design firm of the year 2026, India and Dubai, under residential projects and excellent design consultancy. They're also set to receive trusted and creative interior designer of the year 2026. Congratulations, Shia George Studio. Congratulations, Whisper Architects and Fetch Associates, Purva Shinde Singh, for outstanding and innovative architecture, project management and interior design firm of the year 2026 India under hospitality projects, commercial projects, residential projects. They're also set to receive the most creative and trusted architect and designer of the year 2026 India. Congratulations, Whisper Architects and Feth Associates. Congratulations, Trace U, Architect B.L. Saujanya, founder and principal architect, and Kaushik Nalla, co-founder, Trace U, for futuristic and creative architecture interior design firm of the year 2026 South India under residential projects and sustainable design approach. They're also set to receive trusted and most promising architect designer and designer of the year 2026 South India. Congratulations, Trace U. Congratulations, Ayesha Design Studio, Ayesha Seth Maja, for creative and trusted interior design firm of the year 2026 Gujarat under residential projects and commercial projects. They're also set to receive Golden Door Award for excellent consultancy in interior design domain. Congratulations, Ayesha Design Studio. Congratulations, UAD Studio, Radhika Ajmani and Ujjwal Ajmani, for creative and futuristic architecture and interior design firm of the year 2026 North India under residential projects, hospitality projects, commercial projects. They're also set to receive trusted and futuristic architect and designer of the year 2026 North India. Congratulations, UAD Studio. Congratulations, Inan and Architects, Architect Suhail Mohammed CP, for the most promising and innovative architecture and interior design firm of the year 2026 Kerala. Under residential projects, sustainable design approach. They are also set to receive Trusted and Rising Architect Designer of the Year 2026 Kerala. Congratulations, Inan and Architects. Congratulations, Abhish. Abhish Ranta Ghosh and Ajay Ghosh for promising and creative interior design and architectural design firm of the year 2026 West Bengal. Under residential projects, they're also set to receive Rising and Trusted Entrepreneur and Designer of the Year 2026 West Bengal. Congratulations, Abhish. Congratulations, Studio Mohar. Landscape Architects Neha Thakur for Trusted and Outstanding Landscape Architecture Firm of the Year 2026 India under residential projects and hospitality projects. They're also set to receive Futuristic and Innovative Landscape Architect of the Year 2026 Maharashtra. Congratulations, Studio Mohar. Congratulations, Arch Axis Architects, Architect Supal Modi, for most futuristic and innovative architecture, planning and interior design firm of the year 2026 Gujarat under residential projects and commercial projects. They're also set to receive 40 under 40 trusted and elite architect and designer of the year 2026 India. Congratulations, Arch Axis Architects. Congratulations, Astu Architects, Urja Chandelia, for creative and promising architecture and interior design firm of the year 2026 Gujarat under residential projects. They're also set to receive Trusted and Rising Architect and Designer of the Year 2026 Gujarat. Congratulations, Astu Architects. Congratulations, Interiors by Architect Mansi Bhatt and Turquoise Furnitures, Architect Mansi Bhatt, for outstanding and trendsetter interior design and furniture design firm of the year 2026 India under premium residential projects and excellent design consultancy. They're also set to receive Futuristic and Most Trusted Architect and Designer of the Year 2026 Maharashtra. Congratulations, Interior by Architect Mansi Bhatt and Turquoise Furnitures. Congratulations, Inspatia, Shivam Takukia, for promising and creative architecture and interior design firm of the year 2026 North India under residential projects and commercial projects. They're also set to receive Trusted and Rising Architect and Designer of the Year 2026 North India. Congratulations, Inspatia. Congratulations, Archivers, Architect Rajdeep Jaswal, Architect Kashika Kalonia, Futuristic and Innovative Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026 North India under residential projects, hospitality projects and commercial projects. They're also set to receive Trusted and Trendsetter Architect and Designer of the Year 2026 North India. Congratulations, Archivers. Congratulations, Dash Builders Private Limited, Mandeep Singh Kapoor, for innovative and futuristic architectural design, construction and interior design firm of the year 2026 Northeast under premium residential projects and commercial projects. They're also set to receive Trusted and Creative Design of the Year 2026 India. Congratulations, Dash Builders Private Limited. Congratulations, SK Associates, Nishant Kumar Singh, for creative and futuristic architecture and interior design firm of the year 2026 North India under residential projects and commercial projects. They're also set to receive Trusted and Promising Designer of the Year 2026 North India. Congratulations, SK Associates. Congratulations, Arth Design, Ayush Jagnani, for most innovative and promising architecture and interior design firm of the year 2026 North India under residential projects and commercial projects. They're also set to receive Trusted and Rising Entrepreneur and Interior Designer of the Year 2026 North India. Congratulations, Arth Design. Congratulations, Nimisha Kotari Design, Nimisha Jain, for futuristic and creative interior design firm of the year 2026 Maharashtra under residential projects and commercial projects. They're also set to receive Trusted and Rising Interior Designer of the Year 2026 Maharashtra. Congratulations, Nimisha Kotari Design. Congratulations, School of Architecture and Interior Design, SRM IST, School of Architecture and Interior Design, for Trusted and Outstanding Architecture and Interior Design School of the Year 2026 South India. Under Quality Education, Excellent Administration, Domain Exposure and Infrastructure. Congratulations, School of Architecture and Interior Design. Congratulations, Studio Unovarg, Sadhvi Mehra and Mridul Kumar for Futuristic and Trendsetter Interior Design Project Execution Firm of the Year 2026 North India under Residential Projects and Excellent Design Consultancy. They're also set to receive Trusted and Creative Designer and Entrepreneur of the Year 2026 North India. Congratulations, Studio Unovarg. Congratulations, Ishrat Nauseri Architects, Architects Ishrat Nauseri, for Outstanding and Most Innovative Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026 North India under Residential Projects and Excellent Design Consultancy. They're also set to receive Trusted and Visionary Architect and Designer of the Year 2026 North India. Congratulations, Ishrat Nauseri Architects. Congratulations, Adar Sheila, Sarina Aneja, for Futuristic and Most Innovative Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026 North India under Commercial Projects, Institutional Projects and Hospitality Projects. They are also set to receive Trusted and Visionary Architect and Designer of the Year 2026 North India. Congratulations, Adar Sheila. Congratulations, Liquid Space Architecture and Designs Private Limited, Nagaraju Mundarai, for leading and most innovative architecture and interior design firm of the year 2026 India under corporate and commercial projects. They're also set to receive Golden Door Award for excellent consultancy in architecture and interior design domain. Congratulations, Liquid Space Architecture and Design Private Limited. Congratulations, BDA Architecture and Interiors, Architect Pushpak Badane and Architect Pujal Badane, for creative and most promising architecture and interior design firm of the year 2026 Maharashtra under residential projects and commercial projects. They're also set to receive Golden Door Award for excellent consultancy in architecture and interior design domain. Congratulations, BDA Architecture and Interiors. Congratulations, Cubic Architects and Associates, Architect Imran Sheikh, for visionary and trusted architecture and interior design firm of the year 2026 Maharashtra under residential projects, commercial projects and institutional projects. They're also set to receive Outstanding and Innovative Architect and Designer of the Year 2026 Maharashtra. Congratulations, Cubics Architects Associates. Congratulations, Design 414 Studio, Akshay Patel and Mayur Siddhapara, for promising and innovative interior design firm of the year 2026 Gujarat under residential projects and commercial projects. They're also set to receive Trusted and Creative Designer of the Year 2026, Gujarat. Congratulations, Design 414 Studio. Congratulations, Mr. Design Studio, Badrinath, for Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026, South India. They're also set to receive Golden Door Award for Excellent Consultancy in Interior Design Domain. Congratulations, Mr. Design Studio. Congratulations, Royal Home Spaces, Gunjan Hukku and Vishal Nisar, for Most Innovative and Futuristic Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026, Maharashtra, under Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. They're also set to receive Trusted and Outstanding Entrepreneur and Designer of the Year 2026, Maharashtra. Congratulations, Royal Home Spaces. Congratulations, Savitri Studio Private Limited, Meryl Savitri, for Trusted and Innovative Architectural Design and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2026. Telangana, under Residential Projects. They're also set to receive Golden Door Award for Excellent Consultancy in Architectural Design and Interior Design Domain. Congratulations, Savitri Studio Private Limited. Congratulations, Rachana's Opus, Architect Rachana Dawal Daterao, for Trusted and Creative Interior Designer Firm of the Year 2026, Maharashtra, under Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. They're also set to receive Futuristic and Innovative Interior Designer of the Year 2026, Maharashtra. Congratulations, Rachana's Opus. And finally, congratulations, Gulmohar Lane, Saurabh Alva. Congratulations, Gulmohar Lane, Saurabh Ailavadi and Shweta Mevaria, for excellent design. And they're also set to receive Futuristic and Innovative Entrepreneur of the Year 2026, India. Congratulations, Gulmohar Lane. With that, we come towards the end of awards. Many congratulations to all the award winners. Thank you. With this, ladies and gentlemen, we come towards the end of the day's program. And once again, congratulating each and every one of you who won the awards. Give it up with a round of applause for yourselves. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being a part of the Architecture and Interior Design Excellence Awards and Conference 2026 Global Edition, Bengaluru. This is Nicole Adams signing off. Thank you very much and have a great day ahead. All right, everybody, please note that Jaisim sir is around for another 15 minutes. So those of you who would like to grab a copy of the book, please go ahead and do so now so you can get a signed copy. That's only for the first 100 folks. Thank you.